Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Take a slow, deep breath in, and as you exhale, let your body soften. Another breath, deeper this time. Releasing anything you don't need to carry into this moment. One more, and gently allow your eyes to close. You are safe here. This space is created just for you. Notice your breathing just as it is. With every out-breath, a wave of relaxation lures through you. Head, face, jaw, shoulders, arms, chest, belly, hips, legs, all the way down to your feet. Each breath takes you deeper, calmer, more open. Your conscious mind can relax and observe. Your subconscious mind is already awake and ready to communicate with you in its own language. Through symbols, images, feelings, and signs. In your mind's eye, see a beautiful spiral staircase of warm stone leading downward. With every step you take, you go 10 times deeper into relaxation and into your own inner world. 10, stepping down, deeper. 9, even more relaxed. 8, letting go of the outside world. 7, sinking softly. 6, deeper still. 5, wonderfully quiet inside. 4, completely safe. 3, drifting deeper. 2, almost there. 1, you have arrived. Before you stands an ancient wooden archway covered in soft, glowing moss. You step through and enter the sacred grove, your own private sanctuary of wisdom. Tall, wise trees surround a soft, mossy clearing. Gentle golden light filters through the leaves.
They're making an announcement here right about the time I get on here. Hello, everyone. Hey, Crystal. How are you doing today?
Hi, Emily. I'm good. How's it going there?
Pretty good. We had this set for 4, and then I had something come up a little bit before that I had to do. But lucky thing we can change it. I know it's kind of set for Europeans to kind of have it as their late night thing to do, and then in America it's late evening, afternoon kind of thing. So I didn't want it to run like too late for the start time, but yeah, I'm glad you were able to do it too. I know you had a busy earlier day, and I know you had some things you wanted to talk about. There's so much that we can talk about that's so interesting right now. Did you have anything that you particularly wanted to start with?
No, just whenever we can look at the weather modification geoengineering links, whenever you
Sure.
want, but
Yeah,
know
absolutely.
whatever order you want to go in.
And the ones you sent me via text, I looked at those, and those were like, I saw the ones that were links to websites. So is that the one you're talking about? Not videos, but the website ones, Weather Mod?
Yeah, I didn't put any videos in there.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of them on YouTube where you can see them spray in the sky. And I mean, we can look up in the sky anywhere we are mostly and see them spray in the sky. So
Indeed. Well, we had the Make It Rain program here, which they did scratch. And, there are claims about different things it can do health-wise to people, and then claims that it's harmless. But my nose and my eyes tell me that, it does emit some type of inability to smell the flowers for sure the day that they do it. And you can tell the difference when they're not doing it. But, I'm sure people have a range of opinions on that. But one thing kind of tied into that, hey, Crusader Kanzako, how you doing? This was really interesting. You'll find this interesting. So on the topic of healthcare, some really interesting stuff happened today. So they had this Kentucky Organ Procurement Organization network called, what is it called? Like Network for Hope. And that's been decertified by RFK because several patients who showed signs of life, the federal reviewers found deficiencies in nearly 30% of the cases they examined. And this lady gave testimony. I saw the video about her brother, who they were telling her when she was seeing his eyes tracking her, oh, that's just something muscle reflex. Well, he started like grabbing for them, and when they started to like try to get his organs, he was very much alive. So, and this happened in multiple people, and with repeat failures in patient safety and oversight, the problems continued. So the consequences are that they were decertified, but who knows how many places that goes on in. So have you ever heard of anything like that, Crystal?
I mean, not like on a personal level have I ever heard of that. Like direct experience of knowing someone or seeing that happen. My brother-in-law was put on life support, and I think it was pretty bad.
Doctoring their documentation, like going and back charting and changing things, and all highly illegal. So yeah, it's really scary. And yeah, the Senate also, speaking of healthcare again, another thing that happened that's interesting, they did vote to hold, I don't know if you saw that, Fauci in contempt, which really only means a few things that they can do with that. There's criminal contempt, where they'll send the facts to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, and they'll present it to the grand jury. Or there's civil enforcement, where they can sue in federal court and get a judgment, or there's inherent contempt, where they'll have a House or Senate Sergeant at Arms arresting the person and bringing them before the chamber. So that would just be kind of fun to watch. But all they'll do is like detain them until they comply or until the end of the congressional session. Last time they did that was like in the 30s, like 1935. So yeah, it's all meh compared to the level of harm. You know what I mean? Hey, Dom.
Yeah, that whole Fauci thing is pretty, pretty horrifying. Everything that's going on.
It is indeed. And it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's more like a nudge on the wrist, at this point, comparatively speaking. So yeah, pivoting off of healthcare also onto like some other issues related to our well-being are the flock cameras. So I don't know if you saw some of these cases of kind of like a civil disobedience thing that's pretty cool. But a young man named Wesley Jackson took down all the flock cameras, and what they did with him was, the neighbors kind of rallied around him, and they vouched for him. Nope, he was helping my, daughter rescue her cat out of the tree. He was helping put out a fire over here. Like, people were all coming up with alibis for him. And there's another place where they took them all down in one night. So people are resisting being surveilled. And there's also this really scary and interesting thing I read about things they're going to do to the cars. But I'll pivot off that in a minute. Do you have any flock camera stories where you're living?
It's my understanding there are cameras over on the main streets. I live right over the county line, so the actual neighborhood I'm in doesn't have those, unless a business or a house might have their own cameras. But it's my understanding the ones that on by the main streets, once you're on the other side of this county line out here, they can read your tag on your license plate on your car, and they can tell whether you have insured that car. It's my understanding on what they're doing with the cameras. Right by stoplights and such are these cameras.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I suppose, those cameras can be used for harm or good, either way.
And that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, oh, we found this missing kid thanks to the flock cameras. And what's your problem if you're not doing anything illegal? Why do you care? So that's kind of the way they get things to go. And this is what's interesting. I didn't know this. They have something called a kill switch. I don't know if have you heard of the kill switches in cars?
Yeah, kill switches in cars have been around for a while.
But this will be different. So they do have them in some models, but this will be mandatory. And what they can end up doing in addition to that, in this little federal mandate thing they have, is really scary. I jotted it down. So all the cars made after 2026, so all the 2027 onward cars will have a kill switch. And that's shutdown technology, meaning it could be shut down if someone is driving erratically or if they appear to be impaired. But they want to kind of add some things. So it's something called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. So that doesn't even sound like it includes anything about messing with your car, right? But they're going to have infrared like tech inside of the car, infrared camera. It will allow remote access potentially for law enforcement in extreme cases, but then, that can change to deciding that everything's an extreme case, in-cabin sensors, steering and eye tracking, and they can prevent the car from moving, stop it safely. And so some of these already exist, but the 2027 rule will make it mandatory for that to be in every car you would buy that was that model or later. So, you can also see, obviously, with 10,000 people a year being killed by drunk drivers and impaired on drugs drivers, people are going to think, well, what's your problem if you're not on drugs and driving like a crazy person? Why do you mind there being a remote stop or a camera in the car if it's going to save 10,000 lives? And that's how you get this, moral conundrum, ethical conundrum of, well, maybe I just don't want to be surveilled because I don't trust you to operate ethically. You might stop people's car for some other reason. So what do you think about that, Crystal?
Yeah, I think it was, they're going to put cameras in these cars, these newer cars that are being manufactured. And if the camera detects anything about your eyes that it doesn't like if it thinks you're impaired or you're having a medical situation or whatever, then yeah, the car will take over and it will shut down. And as always, it's a double-edged sword. It can be used for good or bad.
Yep, like somebody, that's a whistleblower type of person being watched. I mean, that would be a scary situation. And people always want to, assume that those things, well, you and I would assume those things exist in other people here, but there are a lot of mainstream type of people who, would just look at it very black and white. If you're not doing anything wrong, why would you care if the popo was looking at what you're doing inside of your car and had the ability to stop it anytime they wanted? But why are these laws so covertly created? Like, I had never heard of that. I heard of it in a roundabout way, looking at something else, and found it very interesting. So, yeah, these things aren't, we have a representative government, but how many of these things are really presented to us? And we tell our representatives, oh, yes, we're good with that, and you go do that. Many things are kind of done under the table,
Yes. And it all always boils down to like money and such. And by the way, hi Dom, good to see you. Glad to see you here. And Nibbles, I actually do have an electric bike, but somebody coming down the road, even when I was in my car, was acting like they were going to hit me, and they were doing it intentionally. So I kind of hesitate to get on that thing and drive it around here. So I kind of parked it. It's parked.
I live rural, so my literal biggest fear is people that let their dogs run loose. Most of the dogs are friendly. I even have one like terrorizing dog named Tigger, and he has no teeth, so it's cool if he runs at me trying to bite me because he can't bite me. So yeah, I do enjoy bike riding as well. But you know, for all the people in America that live rural, they really need vehicles. We don't have a situation, and I do agree with a friend of mine who said cars are a failed experiment. I mean, really, but the flip side is in America, it really is a testament to your freedom in a way that you can get in your car and go wherever you want to go. So gradually, you can see them having us, release some of our freedom for safety, which is funny because, nothing is safer than your own freedom. Your ability to take care of your own safety. That's why 2A is so important to me. I never asked you what you thought about 2A and those kinds of things.
If you're talking about weapons, where I live, they're very pro. So 2A is a big thing where I am. And I know some countries have been disarmed. They have disarmed the civilians. So that can be a problem. I mean, like I think over in the UK, isn't there disarmament that's happened over there? And
It's
then,
very hard to get a gun. Yeah.
yeah, and that leaves it where a civilian, the regular average person cannot defend themselves. So, I mean, there's been some crazy stuff that's been going on. So I don't take anything for granted anymore about civil unrest not happening, even where I live. And I'm not in the city, and I'm not like way out in the country. I'm kind of in between, but I am in a kind of a countryish kind of environment out here. But yeah, the state I live in, and probably also Texas, you'd be hard pressed to get their pew pews away from them.
Yeah, same here. Um, and another thing to get our pew pews away from us. And what about our books? So I don't know. Have you heard about this man named Joe Fells who just passed away?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Oh,
And
wow.
I actually watched a video, and I would have to leave and go find it and send you the link in order to send it to you today or like now. But it was showcasing all the people who are recently no longer with us. It was just listing them one after another, and he was on there. And I went and looked at his channel. Now, I've never watched him, so I have no information on him, but I do find it kind of strange.
Yeah, just what I know about it, and I just put a link in the chat to something that was on X about it. But And this was from somebody called the Patriot Voice, who wrote about him, and there's some videos about him. And his stuff is linked in things on X and on other social media. He was pretty popular apparently on TikTok and other things. So before his content goes down, because there's another interesting dynamic here, but for people that don't know about him, cause of death is still unknown. He was only about 40 years old. He was working on uploading a treasure trove, basically, and he had uploaded a lot of them of books in antiquity, including older and lost versions of the Bible, books about Freemasonry, free energy, ancient writing of all kinds, into an unaltered digital archive. And that could be really important right now, because these books now that AI is cutting the spine off of, downloading, and then major companies are going to be in charge of that digital archive. This was very different. He wasn't altering the books. We don't know what these other people would be doing, but he was set to release the entire archive to the public 72 hours before he died on August 3rd. So that's really wild. And he said if anything happened to him, to keep digging, and that he had put contingencies in place so the info still gets out. And then people were kind of comparing it to Turning Point USA in a way, like Erica Kirk. And I know people might have different opinions about all that. I don't like people going after her jugular the way that they do. But in terms of criticizing maybe how she's running the org, that's a different issue. And this is kind of similar, because Joe's girlfriend is now kind of taken over all of this, and she's kind of making statements like that she doesn't really know what he was talking about, and like it kind of looks like she wasn't on the same wavelength as him, and yet she's kind of in charge now of what he'd been doing. So people are kind of telling people to kind of go check his stuff out before it's altered and no longer maybe available in the format that he had it. So yeah, that's really something. And I mean, I always have loved books and cared about books, and then you kind of feel like, will books even exist in the future? And I've thought that for maybe over a decade, and now we're seeing that as rapidly becoming a thing. And it's a pretty scary thing to me. How do you feel about it?
Yes. If you go to Joe Feld's channel, you will see that someone put a comment, and there's probably a lot of comments by now, because it was a day or two, a couple of days ago when I looked at it. They said whoever his female partner, girlfriend, wife, whatever she was, that they were getting Erica Kirk vibes about that situation.
That's what I read as well. Yeah. And, he had also, in the way back, when there were no countries, no Israel and no this and that, you had the kingdom of Syria, Palestina. So some of the maps in the Bible refer to Palestine or Palestina. And so that's one of the things that people are making kind of a big deal about. And so, from books to talking about maybe this Perez Hilton thing. Hey, Jeeps, how's it going? Nice to see you as well. Yeah, so I hadn't heard of that, and you guys told me what it was about, and I still haven't looked at any videos or anything. I was busy, but apparently someone from TMZ named Perez Hilton, I've heard of him, does kind of like that shock jock journalism type stuff. But he made a video self-harming, and one of the last people he talked about before he did that video that it ended him up in the hospital, where he seemed to be losing his mind, he brought up Joe, this book guy. So that's weird and interesting. He'd written a post about the guy. So yeah, that's just very, very strange. And when I saw the story about Perez, I was thinking about what they do to these people, and I'd just seen Ariana Grande, and I was going to put a link to that as well. But her weird blood all over her video she just did, and all her one eye crap, and her looking so emaciated, and, putting her in a movie called Wicked, where, it's all about witchcraft, and they both look like they're dying. And it's just all so gross and creepy and scary. And there's a guy called The Vigilant Citizen, and he had a channel. He's a Muslim, and he talks basically about the symbolism in Hollywood and shows different things. He also talks about human trafficking a lot, interestingly, and he kind of ties it into Hollywood, because in a way it is like almost a human trafficking situation. Like, people are mentally held hostage by the system they're working in when they're working in Hollywood. So he had really some interesting content back in the 2010s, and then he got really gone after, and I believe they took his channel down. He had another backup one, and then now he has his channel. It has less content than it used to, but he also has a print publication. So he did this whole piece on Ariana Grande, and I'll link it in the chat because I don't want to show images here, but it's very, very interesting what he has to say about all that. So what say you, because you chimed in when I said that about Perez, about like, wonder what they did to this guy, like you understood what I was talking about. So what do you think about some of that?
Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is, he's been MK'd and screwed with, that type of thing. I heard someone talking about the Perez Hilton person, Robert Phoenix. I've started watching him recently. He does astrology type stuff, and I have good information, like good, people telling me that, good things about him. So anyway, I've started watching him recently, and he mentioned he mentioned all of that. He mentioned about Perez Hilton. He mentioned about Ariana Grande, and he actually saw what it was about what Perez Hilton did to himself, and he just was like horrified that someone would do that to themselves. So it must have been really, really bad. And then the Ariana Grande thing, where she's looking like she's supposed to be a piece of meat or something, with
Yep.
red all over her. So I don't watch any of these people like Perez Hilton. I mean, we've all heard about him for, many years, but I don't normally watch, and I certainly don't watch the music industry. You'll see videos come by occasionally about, mentioning of what a ritual was they did, because it's ritualistic. So, but I don't normally watch any of those people.
I remember hearing Justin Bieber actually talk about, and he told this at a church. This was when they started making fun of him and kind of going after him. He said that he was at a party where they were passing a boy around who was drugged up, and they were doing things to him, that he left, and that he heard later that that boy passed away. So this was a widely circulated story about what he told at church. It's kind of like, in a way, a few of these people, one of the reasons they become super, super religious might be to shield themselves from some of this harm. People can criticize them for joining maybe some kind of kooky church, like also that kid from 2.5 Men. He got super religious with the Seventh-day Adventist Church. But it could be, like gang versus gang, like they want some protection from some of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't imagine being in any of those industries and trying to survive it because of what they are now, these industries. Barbaric, horrifying.
It's sad to think about people also, that just love music and they hear a great band and they think, I'm going to go do that. And then they go and they find out what that means, but they find out in a terrible way. Even YouTubers, I heard a story from a YouTuber who became fairly big. And she said that she went to do something about her channel to one of the major studios where you could get an agent, and they were going to help her with her channel. And even they tried to, come on to her or whatever, and for YouTube. So you can imagine, and all of these other recording artists, like Lady Gaga, for example, she to me is pretty gross. She's pretty sick, and she does all the industry crap that they make them do or whatever. But at the same time, she can actually sing. She's written a few okay songs, so she has talent, and even she's been assaulted. So, I mean, obviously, I just can't imagine a parent, like you watch the people that really desperately want to get their children into show business. I can see believing your child is talented and beautiful and wanting to show them off and let them have a good, successful career. That's probably what someone's thinking. But the flip side is, if it's going to cause that level of harm, and you can't be everywhere all the time, at some point, some of these people are going to be alone with your kid. And that would just be a no-go. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't remember what I was going to say to you. I had a thought in my mind, but
Sorry, I talk a long time.
um, I just, unfortunately, I don't listen to music that much anymore. I listen to the solfeggio, from Alex Michael, True Solfeggio. Every once in a while, I might listen to a song, and there are some on YouTube that actually do record in the correct frequency, and they list that they do. But then, of course, we don't know for sure if they're really at 432. How could you check that? But
So can you explain that? Is there a frequency that is better for our mind and body than another one?
well, I think they changed everything to 440. Everything that goes over the airwaves, they changed it to 440 way back.
Oh,
And 432 is one of the good frequencies, and 440 is not a good frequency. And they whole music industry. And I remembered what I was going to tell you now was I hear these stories about people on YouTube, and when these channels reach a certain size or notoriety, then I hear that they are approached by, let's just say, the negative side. They're approached by the negative side to kind of take over that channel, to not let it continue on in its present projection of how it's going. So I know some things about some YouTubers that I certainly wouldn't sit here and say on the air what I know about them, but you have to really be careful who you watch on YouTube.
truly. Yeah, it's just like media in a way. Try to explain that to some people, like things people think are going viral. Like I was picking up on that back in the 2010s. I was noticing connections between these people and Disney, and they all kind of have similar stuff they're doing that's weird in their content, and it's no different than major media in that way. Which is why I like things like this, because you and I are regular people, and it's this was created as an opportunity for regular people to showcase their what they wanted to do with with these platforms, and at the same time you're competing with people who are backed by like agents and major media. They have Disney connections, they have connections to other things, and obviously something like the Daily Wire is going to knock some little journo from someone in Arizona that decides to start a little journo company is not going to compete with that algorithm wise, but at least you can still be on here and you can make that effort. You know what I mean?
Yes, it is a good opportunity to try to do something positive. You just have to kind of watch your back,
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, there's also so much stuff going on in the news, but about opera, that was something I was trying to remember. This person was talking about the opera world. I love opera. I do like a wide range of music. To me, music is like food for your mind and body, and you can get off on junk food and you will feel bad, but you might enjoy it at the time. That's kind of music really is to me that way. I love Andrea Bocelli and Old Pavarotti, obviously, and Romanza is a great album. Jackie Evancho is an amazing singer. Love her stuff, her covers of stuff. Even music stuff like that song "Lovers" from what's the name of that movie? House of the Flying Daggers. That's it. So Kathleen Battle did a version, and she's amazing also. But then to me, Jackie Evancho, who was probably about 10 years old, sang that same song. It was just incredible. So yeah, I love opera, and I do think it's sad that people are forgetting about all of that kind of stuff. But in a weird way, because we're fragmented now as a society, we don't all come together and watch the same TV shows at the same hour on analog TV. Like people are going and getting their own media. So like I have satellite radio in my car and I have my favorite stations. It's no longer the same kind of world. So people can decide, I'm going to go do stuff that's good for me that I like, and they'll be listening to opera. So in a weird way, it might cultivate healthier habits, you know?
Yeah, I suppose if you had some of the original opera recordings and it wasn't coming over an airway, you had your own record player, the old fashioned style, and you had, you know, old records, even the old rock records. Some of them might not be too bad, but you know, didn't Prince at one time say he was going to start recording in 432 frequency? And I think that was another mark against him. You know what I'm saying? They looked at it as a mark against him, but he was trying to do something positive for people. But you know, like I said, you'd almost have to have the original things and not be listening to it on a radio or on YouTube or on some other, you know, public airway.
Yeah. You'd have to start an alternative method of sharing it, and they'd probably stop you.
Well, I mean, you'd literally have to have a record player in your house with the old recordings. I mean, you couldn't put it over the airways. You would get a copyright strike or whatever. But I mean, you would just literally have to do it personally for yourself. There, you know, it would be difficult to share it, you know, share it out to people. But and maybe that's one of the reasons why they are so gung ho to copyright strike everything down. You know.
Yeah, could be. And funny enough, that was one of my first things that I did that was kind of old school like that. I got an old record player and I restored it with I actually had a friend that was a gunsmith, and he said, if you get an eyeglass repair screwdriver, you can fix this needle, you know, and we fixed it. And it works. I still have it. It was a long time ago that I did that, and I have a whole collection of records and a lot of opera also, by the way. And look who's joining us, Crystal. We have Chickpea. How are you, Chickpea?
Hi, Emily. How are you? Hi,
I'm
Crystal.
good. Nice to see you.
Hi, girls.
Chickpea, you had a lot to say yesterday. Now let's make it tactful, but would you like to say anything about the stream yesterday?
Yes, it's interesting. I mean, it's a funny thing because I've been a vegan since I was a teenager. I was a little girl when I became a veggie, then became vegan. But the guys on there, yeah, I don't like them very much, and I couldn't come on because I couldn't. I didn't have the volume on even. I just sat and read the comments and made silly little remarks about them. They're just such loathsome guys. You know what, Emily? I can see now why the vegan movement is so hated, because even I hate those guys, and I am a vegan. That's how mad it is.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask Crystal about that too. I'll just weigh in, is that, you know, here's where I like Gary. I like, and Richard. First of all, the thing about Richard is that Richard does have, and he talks about it openly, mental illness. And he like despises children in a way that is so weird to me. I don't understand it at all, but he's honest. I mean, and I'm glad he's not having kids. He doesn't like kids. He's not going to have kids. That's fine. So, but the flip side is, you know, it's really sad to me, but I'm proud of him in one way. So he's had like crippling depression. He's talked about it his whole life, and some kind of bad problems. And he's medicated, and he goes and gets his medicine adjusted, and he tries to do something good with his life for animals. And so I think that's very, very admirable. I'm very proud of him for that. That being said, like, it's sad to me that he maybe has never felt the level of happiness that a regular person feels. And as such, his judgment on things might not be, you know, and Gary seems similar in the sense that, like, I agree with Gary and Richard when they're talking about factory farms. Screw factory farms. It's also going to kill people because of the diseases that come out of places like that. It's just horrible. And so we'd all be like the meat eaters and the omnis and we'd all be on board with that. Then Gary starts talking about how much people suck, and even little child people suck because they're going to grow up to be like. Then you lose people like me, and we're like, wait a minute, what? What are you talking about? You know, children are, and like Gracie had a fit. Like, children are the most important people on the planet. So you know, it's that's kind of where it becomes. We're going to split on. You hate people, what? You know.
But you know what, shall I tell you something right about these American, I'm sorry to say Americans, here in the UK, thankfully, vegans don't have the same crazy beliefs they have in America. But did I tell you that, you know, I've got 8 cats. I feed my cats on fish, right? So one day I mentioned this on D&W's show. Noodles leapt down my throat. You wouldn't have believed the argument we had because I feed my cats on fish. Okay, he thinks that I should turn them into vegans. A cat, a vegan. He also thinks it's okay to wear second-hand fur. That's okay. Cats mustn't eat fish, but it's okay for him to wear second-hand fur. And what was the other one you said to me? Some other nonsense. Oh, yeah. Crazy Guru is supposedly vegan, but he eats meat from the dumpster and from the second-hand shop, and that's okay. And the rows I've had with these guys over that, you wouldn't believe. Now I just stay away. I mean, I'm quite a radical vegan, you know. I won't wear leather, nothing. But my cats are carnivores. And a cat eats meat. I don't like it very much, but that's the way the world.
I mean, I feel that way. I was vegan for 1 year, and it didn't work for me. No offense to any vegans, but my dog, you know, I thought I just would not feed my dog. First of all, my dog hates vegetables, and it doesn't make sense. The dog is an obligate carnivore, you know.
Yes.
So I always fed my dog. Now I know there are vegans that will have just a fit at you over that, and that got me thinking. You know, like, okay, is this even rational? You know.
Yes.
But ethics are rational, and to me, just saying, you know, and some people, for them, veganism, they're healthy, it's working, that's fine, that's your choice. And then, you know, we know factory farms are not sustainable. So to me, I really like Leah Keith. I don't know if you've heard of her, but it's the deep green resistance and permaculture and all that kind of stuff, getting away from any commercial agro, which has kind of been the downfall of our food, and really getting as close to natural existence as possible is kind of what they're all about.
Yeah, but they make such a meal out of it, and they want to get rid of the carnivore kingdom. Well, you know, my favorite animal is a lion, and it entered my head to turn a lion into vegan or to kill it. You know, it wouldn't even occur to me. And they want to get rid of lions and polar bears and orcas because they are carnivores.
Yeah, well, I saw Richard say that.
Under my dead body, because I'll get a gun and I'll take it to them. I would do. No, if push came to shove, I would. You know, imagine wanting to get rid of orcas and lions. I mean, it's sort of rubbish. And it really upsets me because I've been a member of the vegan movement since I was 17, 18 years old. I started very young. You know, as soon as I left home, I became a vegan. As soon as I could buy my own food, my own this, my own that. Prior to that, I had to do what my parents forced on me. So I'm 72 now, all these years. And they're telling me I'm not a vegan because of what I feed my cats. And it really upsets me.
Yeah, they'll do that with people also that were sincere vegan activists for decades. They'll say, well, you were never really vegan if they leave the diet. So, you know, there's some things like that. But, you know, and I also get that people have their opinion too. So, Crystal, do you want to weigh in on the whole vegan thing?
You know, I did not participate on that stream. I watched some of it, and it got pretty brutal in the chat.
That was me.
No, I'm not talking about you, Chickpea. I'm just saying in general. And I did see some of your comments, Chickpea, and I wasn't sure I totally understood. I think you were talking about the part, though, where the vegans want to kill all the carnivore type animals on the planet.
Not all vegans, just some do have that opinion that you should.
Yeah, that stupid little fat one, you know, he has been on the steroids. Horrible little man. I hate them. I really dislike them because you know what? They're so nasty with it. They are, and you would think that they would be. You know, I try and. I always forgive vegans for their faults because they're vegans. I never dreamt I would ever turn against a vegan.
But see, that's the thing, Chickpea. Like a vegan, it's just the same as saying that somebody is you know, and I know it might not be exactly the same because, you know, veganism involves an action. But if someone's a Christian and they go around deciding that everybody they ever meet that's a Christian is a wonderful, perfect person, and people that aren't Christians are pieces of garbage, you're going to have problems because that's not going to always be true. You know what I mean?
Yes. But yes, I suppose it's. Yeah, I've always given vegans the benefit of the doubt, and I never, ever dreamt I would ever argue with one, because I think
Well,
it's just a radical thing anyway. We're so few and far between. I mean, we make up less than 5% of the population. A couple of percent, that's all we are.
you know, it seems like a contradiction to me for someone to say they're vegan and then turn around and say, well, I'm vegan, but I think all the animals on the planet who are carnivores should be killed. I mean,
Breaks
that's
my
just a
heart.
contradiction.
I tell you, Krista, it breaks my heart to hear that sort of thing, because I love all animals. All animals, even rats and snakes. I'm one of these weirdos that I love all animals. When I hear somebody saying they want to kill an animal because it eats meat, it just breaks my heart. It does. It's heartbreaking to hear something. And they want
Yeah.
to kill orcas, polar bears. I mean,
Yeah,
The orcas are fighting the good fight against the yachts too, Chickpea.
yes, I know. I love orcas.
all those animals were created that way, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's all just been created that way, I mean, I'm a vegan primarily because I don't like the taste or the smell of animal products, and I've always been a weirdo. I've been antinatalist since I was 7 as well. I made a mind up when I was 7 years old. I wasn't having children, but yeah.
What do you think? Here's an interesting thing that people don't think about. We kind of pivot into another topic that ties to this. One thing that's kind of alarming, but also could make sense in a way, but I don't like it because of my lifestyle. I've always had a dog my whole life.
Yes.
I love dogs. I always have, pets, and they are a member of the family once I have one. I don't, I treat my dog like it's a member of the freaking family, right? So, some vegans believe that we should not have pets, that it is a violation of the animal's right to be taken in, and that it has created an industry. They have a point there where we, commodify animals as things, and we take them out of their natural life. Like a dog would have a partner and puppies, but we couldn't have all these wild dogs running around here. Dogs, developed a symbiotic relationship with people, and they became domesticated. So we couldn't just throw all these dogs out there. They wouldn't survive.
Exactly.
Wild. That would be unethical. But the flip side is they think we should kind of start pulling back on having pets until there are no more dogs and no more pets, which I don't know. Yeah, what do you think?
A disgusting thought.
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
A heartbreaking thought. You know what? They give me hard times. I let my cats out to play. All the lambasting I got because I let my cats go out to play. I'm supposed to keep them indoors all the time. And if they do go outside, put them on a lead. Well, my tomcat doesn't want to go out on a lead. He wants to go out to play. And he likes chasing mice because that's what... apparently my tomcat kills mice because that's what cats do. But you know what? By killing mice, he is saving sparrows' eggs. So actually, he's doing the animal kingdom a favor.
Yep.
I've had the most terrible rows, Emily Dread. I don't talk to them anymore. I'll just, from now onwards, just stay away.
Yeah, and just not to poke anybody because, again, there are communities of vegans that are fine. Like in Jamaica, there's a community who they really look healthy and they cultivate all their own food. But, that being said, when you look at the animal kingdom, just watch a couple episodes of Marty Stouffer's Wild America and you see how even plants are eating bones and blood, basically.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
we are all interdependent on each other, and it is an unfortunate reality of the planet we're living on.
It's a brutal dog-eat-dog world. I've always thought that, it's I just don't do it, I just don't want to. But it's dog-eat-dog till the grim bitter end. Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts of this other stuff we were talking about the books, or I don't know how much you saw, or about the healthcare system?
No, I had the whole lot. I didn't have the sound on at all. I can't bear to listen to. I cannot bear to hear Noodle speaking. When I hear Noodle speak,
I mean this one, Chickpea. Me and Crystal and I.
Sorry.
Oh no worries. Did you hear any of that though earlier?
What? I wasn't here before. No, I was watching a film. And,
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking about some different things. So Is there anything going on in your country, in your neck of the woods, with book confiscation or like?
Yes, yes. They're doing AI in the books. Yes,
They're doing that there too. Okay.
yes. And I'm going to start hiding some of my books because I've got a few banned books. I'm going to
Ah,
have to hide away. Yes.
would you like to reveal any of the titles of your band?
Yeah, then I've got the 6 million, which is about the concentration camps. I've got, of course, 1984. A few others I've got, but 1984 is coming up to be banned. And the whole thing with the 6 million, I've got this very controversial. Oh yes, and a book written by, it's called an American woman living in Egypt. She was a woman that converted to Islam, and she tells the whole story of all that. And there's a few books that I suspect we won't be allowed to own. Oh, and I've got Mein Kampf. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep. I had a copy of that in German, and it's everything sounds worse in German, doesn't it? Or not
Yeah.
worse, but more
Oh my
hardcore,
God.
more intense.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, I guess one thing we could talk about. What else do we have going on here?
What's the weather like where you are?
Where I am, it's pretty nice right now. The heat broke, so it's a little hotter today, but we're kind of finally getting into that cooling off at night where you can turn the AC off and just have the windows open, and then the daytime is a little bit more spring-like. So I'm loving it. How about you, Crystal?
100 degrees here today.
I'll tell you something though, Emily. For the past 32 years, I've been sunbathing on the same south-facing balcony, and my balcony faces directly south. And I've noticed over the years that the sun is getting higher in the sky year after year after year. And it's only a couple of degrees away from the top of the building. Now, London is on the 51st parallel, so it should not be up about 85 degrees in the sky. It's really weird. No one's talking about this.
That's interesting. How do you know about it?
Well, I've always been a sun worshipper, and I believe in the things that Edward Casey said about, the Earth's going to tip over and all this stuff about the magnetic fields and everything. Now, I'm a bit of a weirdo in that respect. I've always been a bit strange. And I've just noticed over the 32 years that I sit there out the balcony cooking myself, that the height of the sun has changed over the years, over the 32 years. I know it sounds mad. It's just...
No, I mean, that's an interesting observation. I always have thought, I wished I was more observant of earth science and space and things like that. More politics,
Yeah, I'm a bit weird like that. I do tend to notice weird things. It's just something I've noticed over the 32 years I've lived here. That
Well,
the
one
sun
thing-
is very, very high in the sky. Very strange. And all my plants are scorched this year. My ivy's all scorched, and a lot of my plants are struggling because of the terrible, terrible heat and the terrible, strong sun. It is strong as hell, but the UK is on the 51st parallel, so it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't.
Yeah, another thing, to think about your neck of the woods versus ours, something that could affect you if you want to come to America or want to interact with an American, something called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I don't know if you guys have. Crystal, have you heard of this?
I have heard of it, but I've not really researched it.
Yeah, it's really wild. So Section 702 of it is what's interesting. It's part of our U.S. national security law. The government can collect communications without a judge's approval, meaning no warrant, if somebody is a foreign target. So if they ID somebody and decide they're a foreign target, they can ask tech companies like Google, Meta, any of these tech companies to release all the communication information, the back and forth exchanges of the people, but that would include the American in the exchange, which violates, our constitutional rights. So it's a Fourth Amendment. So, it's like what they call this is like a backdoor search. So it's a way to get around upholding our rights. So, the oversight on this is also going to be weird. It's an FISC court, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. I didn't even know we had such things. And the congressional approval is needed from different committees that they have. So that's really wild. Oh, hey, Objective Ethics. That is so sweet. So, yeah, DNW was monetized. I saw someone mentioning ads. I can't see the ads from my end, so if there's a lot of them, I apologize. But it is cool. And he said, congratulations to DNW for getting monetized.
Right.
He has put in a lot of work building this platform, and despite our differences on some views, I am very happy for him. I feel the same way. And thank you so much for
I didn't know that.
information. And there is a lot we don't understand about objective reality. Cougar Doomer tells us the Earth's axis is not changing.
Yes, everybody says that, but I beg to differ. And I beg to differ. I've noticed it. I think it's because I've been in the same place for 32 years, in the exact same flat, and on the exact same balcony. No, Cougar, my home is not sinking, I can assure you. I've been here for 32 years, and I know it was sinking a lot. No, it's just very, very strange. I've just really noticed it.
Yeah.
I'm a lot older than most people, and I think over the years there's a bigger gap between my adult. I've been an adult for longer than most people here have. If that makes any sense. And I've just seen it as, the world's so different to what it was when I was back in the 70s. It's like a different planet almost, especially the weather. It's changed a lot, I can tell you. Past 50 years, a lot. When I first came to London, I remember how cold the winters were, and you had to have the central heating on blasting all night long. I haven't used my central heating for about 3 years now. Don't need it.
There was somebody on YouTube who was measuring Chickpea. He was measuring the sun, and he was having people all over the world measure the sun from where they were. Now, how you did this is you put a thing on the ground. Maybe it was similar to a sundial. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he disappeared off YouTube. And one of his friends, and I know they were kind of close because they had like a backup plan in case they ever had to bug out,
Yeah.
His friend who was in Switzerland, because the guy measuring the sun, taking the sun measurements, was actually in Bosnia, and he and I used to have video calls. Anyway, he totally disappeared, and then his buddy that was in Switzerland, I think that he got effed with. That's how I'm going to put this, because he disappeared off of sight. I didn't know where he was. And then after a couple of years, I found where he was living with goats and living like a goat and eating grass.
Mm-hmm.
And he had thumbed his nose highly at the powers that should not be. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've seen some things go down on YouTube, and this person who was measuring the sun, I do not know what became of his experiment, because he just disappeared. His email quit working.
Yes.
His channel disappeared off of YouTube, and he was very he actually built a light bulb. His friend, someone he knew, not the one in Switzerland, but a different one. And I literally saw him unscrew a light bulb from the ceiling and take it down, and the light bulb was still working.
Wow.
They had figured out a way of free energy, shall we say, which people say doesn't exist.
Yes, it does exist, yes.
Yeah, he literally climbed up on a ladder while on the video with me and took that light bulb out of the ceiling. And he would, this was the guy in Bosnia, and he would also, he had some kind of machine that radiated out the earth frequency inside his living abode, the 7.83, whatever it is, the Schumann resonance. He and somebody else knew had built this machine that would do that. And he was taking care of his parents and was very protective of his family there, of course. And Bosnia, has had some troubles. And they grew their own food. Anyway, that's the one that just totally disappeared, and it just kind of like, I don't even know what happened to him.
That is weird, because there's been other instances where people come out with some weird stuff and they just disappear all of a sudden. It's very, very strange. But you know what I find very creepy? Google Doom was saying if it was so and so, they would tell us all. No, they wouldn't necessarily tell us anything. I mean, let's face it, our governments deny that we're being geoengineered. Well, it looks like there's something very strange going on with these stripes in the sky, as far as I'm concerned. But told us all my imagination. So,
Patrick, the guy who was eating the grass was literally eating the grass from the ground. There was no blender. He had
you can do.
Yeah, he was living like a goat.
Yeah.
And with the goats on a hill, and he had these things on his feet that made him have the ends of his hands and feet like a goat. It was literally bizarro. And I just felt like somebody really effed with him,
There is
go ahead.
Sorry, there are some very strange things going on. I don't think we get the entire truth about everything. Well, I know we don't,
No, we don't.
Have you heard the latest? The UK is 3.5 trillion pounds in debt. 3.5 trillion. Which is terrifying, isn't it?
That pivots into something very well. Speaking of being effed with and debt, so we had an interesting, and I'll put the link in the chat, from Piers Morgan Uncensored. He did a great interview a few months ago with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And there it is. So, she mentioned that in America, Social Security is going to be bankrupt in 7 years if we keep going at the rate we're going. And, we have boomers and Gen X all getting older, and, everybody that's paid into this might want to actually use it, So we have Trump saying it should be a state matter and not a federal matter. Our Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, all these kinds of things. And that's what they do whenever they, and they've already taken our money for these kinds of things. And then they want to allocate everything to the states who can willy-nilly apply different rules and not rules across the board. So we also have, 30 million Americans with no health insurance and 800,000 homeless Americans at the moment. And so this is what's interesting. Marjorie mentions in that interview that she got a lot of nasty phone calls regularly. And that reminded me of Charlie Kirk and the accusation that he had a very heated exchange with Trump over Israel, Gaza, and Iran. We hadn't done the Iran thing yet, but that was on the horizon. And it was said that they had a heated exchange. I don't know for sure, but I do know what they show in that interview and in one from someone called Brandon Straka, what they showed Charlie saying, which was very interesting. So he didn't buy the narrative on everything that they had to say about October the 7th, given that he'd been there and he saw how secure the place was. And we also now have, and there's some more stuff I kind of might talk about, the 30 billion or million, I don't know if it's million or billion, that Netanyahu was having Qatar, throw into Hamas, basically. Let me see if I can find that right quick. And also the stuff about Spain. Here we go. It's million. Okay, so 30 million a month leading up to October 7th. In 2018, he asked Doha to deliver 30 million monthly to preserve regional stability and avert a humanitarian crisis. I have people argue with me on this all the time about which type of funding it was, but he publicly admitted that. And then, of course, they bombed the hell out of Qatar for, not extraditing all of Hamas after having them fund them. It's all very bizarre. It's kind of like us, the whole chemical weapons, before the first Gulf War that we sold to them, and then we sent our soldiers there to have them used on us. It's all so backwards, But Qatar gifted the United States like a $400 million jet on October 12th. But Charlie Kirk asked in this particular video, I should post a link to that if I can find it here. He asked if they stood down, and that was a brave question at the time. It's Matt Gaetz, and I'll try to find that and put it in the chat. But when he told him that, that was obviously something they wouldn't want him saying openly. And he said several other things, one on Megyn Kelly's show, several things where he just barely touched on that idea. And then his private texts are even another matter. So, he was questioning all of this and reportedly refusing donos. So, when someone really is a good man and really does care about what God thinks of them, it will be reflected in their choices. And I do think he was. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It's all a bit, yeah. What does Crystal think?
How about you, Crystal?
It's all a bit over my head. I'm
Well-
not very political, I have to say. I really have got a political thought inside my head.
No worries. We all have our strong points.
Yeah.
October 7th, I had information that said that there are even sensors in the ground, security-wise, on those lands, and that they know all the time what is going on. Yet October 7th happened, which
Well, we
was
Oh, go ahead,
so
sorry.
bad.
Well, we know
go-
from the. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I said go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say we have from the Jerusalem Post themselves that the music festival was moved, first of all, which is odd, but the IDF, the two soldiers that saw the training operations going down and found the pamphlets like outlining what they were going to do, including raiding the kibutzes and all of that. And they reported to their commanding officers of, hey, they're planning something, there's drills going on. And they basically told them to shut up, that this is just them fantasizing about what they're going to do. They're not really doing anything. So that's very bizarre, of course. And, and moving the festival to a much more killy, open field type of a situation, was strange. Not that you couldn't possibly move a festival for another reason, but a lot of people wonder why it was moved. So yeah, just lots of questions still.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I have my own opinions of that. If I voice them right now, I'll just be attacked. So I'm not going to say it.
Sure. Yep. Well, speaking of corrupt things, we also have a lady, and I found this very interesting in light of what we know, but I didn't know what an industry it is. We have a lady named Nancy Schaefer, and I saw a video of her, and her and her husband were found dead, basically. So we'll just start with that. But she wrote a report a long time ago, and it cost her Senate seat, apparently. And she called it The Corrupt Business of CPS. And she and her husband were found dead, as I said. But before that, she had talked about children basically being seized by their homes for profit and what an industry CBS had become. In 1974, there was something called the Federal Aid for the Adoption and Safe Families Act, which I hadn't heard of. But states that increase their adoption numbers get bonuses, and they, need more kids to keep this system going. They're like merchandise to sell, basically. And Medicaid and facilities they place the kids in, they get money for that. And then there's bonuses for not returning children. So being poor means you have a harder time fighting this. So there are 6 times as many kids who die in foster care than in the public, and more likely to suffer abuse in the care of the state. Caseworkers are often guilty of fraud, withholding evidence, and they're protected by state immunity. So 40 billion payments in custodial and other parents, and the money is in the control of judges, and confidentiality laws are protecting the wrong people, is what she said in this report, among, I'm sure, many, many other things. So yeah, I can tell some stories of some things I've seen in the news. Where I used to live, there was a child that was taken out of a pretty nice home, in a suburb, and the parents just smoked pot at night in their bedroom. And, somebody reported on them that had a beef with the mom or something, and they took the kid. The kid ends up in a foster home, and every time they got the kid for their visitation, the child was dirty, had bruises at some point, and they were like, hey, what's going on? You know, we want our kid back, but they make them go through this whole process before they get their kid back. So right about their time they're going to get their kid back, that they get a call that the child is in the ICU, and the child ends up dying, was beaten to death in this foster home. And this is not an isolated incident. So basically, this lady in the way back was telling this. And the flip side of that is you have people who are abusing kids, and you can't get anything done about it. So it's kind of reminds me of the thing I was talking about earlier about these tech companies gonna, under this act, spy on people and warrantless searching and giving your communications over to people. And yet, like my court case where I'm trying to get them to turn information about a fugitive involving child harm over to law enforcement, and they are balking at doing it. It's so backwards.
Oh, it's the same in the UK with the grooming gangs. You know, we have this stuff, all these grooming gangs, these girls, teenagers being assaulted. And they've even believed there's even the thing that police might actually be involved. It's a horror story, all of it. You know, and apparently there's over 250,000 girls have been sexually abused by these grooming gangs. You heard about that?
I have heard about your grooming gang problem, and that's what's funny is I used to have people tell me I was making it up. Back when I was in my kind of culty group, you know, I was really active and talking about a lot of things, and I talked about that sometimes, and it would be like, oh, that's just some propaganda from your little
No, it's not propaganda.
And I'm like, no, it's not. It's regular news, and I would, you know, cite a source or whatever. And so now those same people are coming to me, telling it to me like it's new, because they're like, they like Trump and they are listening to that kind of news, and they're like, I'm like, that's decades old. That's not new, you know.
Nothing gets done about it. Nothing. It's
And
really
we have that in this country too, but
sorry.
we have that in this country too. But it's, I mean, you know, when you work in healthcare, you know just how many people get dropped off at hospitals or come into hospitals with human trafficking being the issue. You'd be surprised at the places that this happens, because you wouldn't even dream. Some states where you have, you know, that going on. You know, you might be in an Iowa cornfield and there's, you know, human trafficking, believe it or not.
Terrible, isn't it? Weird.
Yes.
It's unbelievable, really. Really, really unbelievable.
Crystal, in your neck of the woods, because I know you live kind of rural too, do you have those weird things going on there?
You know, can I say something else? Oh, sorry.
I was getting some water real quick. Well, you know, they do take children away from parents, and then the children end up in a worse situation than what they were in to begin with. And I mean, you know, I worked at DHS. I worked with people that did child welfare, you know. So I saw some of what went on, you know.
I remember you telling me that now. Yep. Cougar, a globie is someone that thinks the earth is not a pancake. So, yes, you're a globie, and I'm a globie.
What's a globie?
People who think the earth is round.
Oh, right. Okay.
I like glober. Our globetard is my favorite. I'm a globetard. Total globetard. Speaking of such things, the wildfires. So there's these wildfires going on in America and all over the world.
The UK as well, Emily. We've even got them in London.
Isn't that wild?
Like, that's how bad the weather is here now. London.
You were warned already from the song "London's Burning," right, by the Clash. That was a long time ago too.
Yeah, it's happening a couple of miles from where I live. London on the 50th parallel. It shouldn't be like this. It's weird. Oh, I tell you, outside where I live, all the grass is dead. The oak tree, what that is outside my flat, all is dropping its leaves already. Everything's all crumbled up and dry. This is, the UK. We're in the northern hemisphere. And when I say weird things like, well, the sun's very high in the sky, people say, no, it isn't. Well, it looks very high in the sky to me. There's something very weird going on, Emily. Because you know, Edward Casey used to talk about this. Edward Casey source in the Bible about the world tipping over and things. I mean, ellipsis sodi, is that the word? Because he talked about that the earth was going to tip over, and it certainly feels like it to me, and it does. Because you know, even the ice caps are melting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was thinking about this though in relation to the 15-minute cities, because Crystal was talking about this. So a lot of people think that, when these places like Washington State and Montana, and in your country we have Spain
In
and the
London?
UK, London, are they trying to, especially in America where these fires happen, are they maybe
Yes, they're trying to get people off the land.
are
Oh,
they
yeah,
trying to
that's what they're doing.
orchestrate getting people off the land? The land
Yeah.
will be for data centers and we'll be forced into 15-minute cities.
Yes,
What-
there's something very sinister going on. Yes, there's lots of weird stuff. Oh yeah, the 15-minute cities, that's been on the pipe. That's been the pipeline for years. Where I live just outside central London, and the area I live is literally already a 15-minute city, and
Wow.
it's already been designed that way. It suits me fine because I can't be bothered to go miles on my way to go to the doctor or the hospital, but it is happening.
Crystal,
Yeah.
did you want to weigh in on that?
Sorry?
I said, Crystal, did you want to weigh in on that?
But I tell you,
I
Emily,
think she stepped
the
away.
weather in the UK, speaking as a sort of person local from here, there's something very weird going. There's something not right with the weather and the position of the sun and all of it. There's something not quite right, and I can really feel it because
I
even
said it too.
even night times are baking, absolutely baking. It's weird.
Yeah.
And we're on the 51st parallel. It shouldn't be like that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah. Speaking of which, there's Crystal. Yeah. I don't know if you heard what we were saying about the 15-minute cities. Do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had put I'd be right back in the back chat, but
No worries.
yeah, well, they're going to turn where I live, the city by where I live, into a 15-minute city. It's already slated for that. It's I already saw that. So I think there's a big kind of plan that has been created. Now, whether it will all come to fruition, I don't know. But everything seems to be kind of interconnected. The whole alpha gal, you're allergic to red meat now. You will eat the bugs. 15-minute cities. The lack of oil, if that is a legitimate lack, then you're stuck with the 15-minute cities, or else you won't be able to get what you need.
So, Emily, what's your take on the Georgia Guidestones?
Take on what now?
The Georgia Guidestones. You know, the Guidestones that were put up in, I don't know what part of America it was in. There was these Guidestones. They've been pulled down now, but somebody put them up, and it basically talked about that they wanted to reduce the global population down to a manageable 500 million. So basically get rid of, 7/8 of us, 9/8 of us, and to have nature in balance with the human race and everything. Oh yeah, didn't you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
I did
Oh
not.
my goodness. And it was in 8 different languages.
Wow.
Blah, blah, blah. And they've all been pulled down, but no one knew who put them up. But
Isn't it interesting how they are fine with passing an executive order where, a handful of people can gobble up all the land and own the water rights and everything else?
yes, look what Bill Gates is doing.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. They can do that, but then they're going to cull us because we're the problem, our existence.
Well, but that's been happening since the beginning of time, Emily. We had the agricultural revolution, then the industrial revolution, now it's the AI revolution, because they don't need us anymore.
Right.
It's sad, grim, brutal reality. People don't believe that they will do it, and it will happen because, yes, normally they've had wars to kill a few of us off, but now they're going to do something far more whatever.
You don't think we could dismantle their plans? You don't think we could dismantle their plans potentially?
Sorry?
Could we dismantle their plans potentially, do you think?
I don't think so, no. I think I'm a gloomy pessimist. So, I've got a grim view on life, about life on this planet. I've read too many history books. And I'm fully aware of the fact that our masters don't like us very much. And they want rid of us. I think living in the UK doesn't help, because UK is such a pyramid. It's a, society is one big pyramid. You're very aware of the fact that one is at the bottom and we've got a master's at the top, and you're born into that. So I tend to have that attitude, but I think they will do something like that.
Speaking of orchestrated events, something I read about Spain, because Spain's also on fire.
Yes.
But the whole thing with the migrants running across the border and
Oh,
everything. I saw films of them being trucked in. I don't know if that's valid, but we do know, we heard from Thomas Massey, and we also heard from people in Spain. But so GOP Congress, people may not know this, they voted to give Morocco $40 million, and the committee report and final explanatory statement tells agencies and signals to everyone else how Congress wants the money spent and programs run. So there's like this whole thing that we have in Congress related to this, and it's a Middle East Partnership Initiative. And I hadn't heard of this. I read a little bit about it. But so 2 weeks before the migrants invaded Quetta, I think I'm saying that right, the GOP passed that bill. And the report advises the cities of Quetta and Melita, which are located in Moroccan territory, to remain the subject of Morocco's longstanding claim. So we were part of this, like people have been saying. By that I mean the United States, which is scary and gross.
Yes.
And they also have, there's a report. It's called the H Report 119 to 631, part of a National Security Department of State and Related Programs Appropriations Act of 2027. Now, there's a mouthful. And what's in there is it's our money from the U.S. Treasury, which comes out of our income taxes and corporate taxes and tariffs, and the Treasury's fund. Congress allocates it to appropriate all these bills that have to do with some of this. So, it's just really sad and scary that we would have anybody orchestrating such things in order to get.
I thought that for ages. Emily's being allowed to happen every day in the UK. We've got hundreds of little men coming in on little boats from Calais, and they just sail straight across, and they're given accommodation, put into hotels, everything. Every day, hundreds of them. It's a joke. You wouldn't think, didn't you know about that?
Oh no, I know about it. I grew up in Texas, so I've seen everything. And what's sad is it hurts the migrants as well. That's why there are actually people on the other side of it that are against it as well, being that way, because they come here. I've seen stories about girls being raped because they thought they were. I'm sorry, I said that word, raped, because they thought they were going to go to work in a restaurant, or get a job, and it turned out to be human trafficking, stuff like that. Or like construction workers, like I told a story on here once where I saw some guys standing on top of a roof with no protective gear, hanging their painting. If they fell, they wouldn't have any protection, health insurance, nothing, being paid ridiculously low. So it hurts them too. It doesn't just hurt us.
But here they get put in hotels. Here in the UK, they put them into 4-star hotels. And there's a couple of them living about a mile away from me in these 4-star, 5-star hotels in Canary Wharf, which is quite a wealthy area. Oh no, you wouldn't believe what's going on in the UK, and it's all being allowed to happen. The French just let them go. Apparently we pay France £500 million a year to stop them, but the French police just literally shove them into the water. Off you go to England. This is actually happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrifying. I'm glad that I'm an old lady and I won't be here to see what's going to happen in X number of years' time, because,
You don't think there could be a flip the other way of, because I see that happening, of people saying, it would be the same as what, South Africans did of,
No, I don't think so.
Dominant culture. So, you see that happening in all these other nations. You don't think it's a reversible trend?
No, I think, here in the UK, everybody's glued to their TV sets, all completely brainwashed. They've got no idea what's going on outside their front door, literally. Honestly, they're so full of optimism and, it'll be all right here. Well, I beg to differ, but then I'm a miserable old bag anyway, but, it's happening in Belgium, it's happening in Holland. Have you been to Belgium?
No, I've never been to Europe.
Belgium used to be such a serene place. You could have eaten your breakfast off the street. I'm not exaggerating. Belgium. I've been there because I come from next door, and whereas now it's been completely wrecked. It's been completely, you have to see it to believe it. No,
Well,
it's
people rebel, like I was just looking at this police report. I don't know if it's a police report, but
Yeah.
it's flock cameras. So like I was telling earlier, and here's another example in Winona. I don't know what state that is, but on August 1st, they literally took down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 flock cameras between the 29th of July and August 1st. Cost to replace them is $3,000. They want you to call Crime Stoppers to get the camera, thieves, but nobody's doing that. They're saying yay, People are doing some civil disobedience on this stuff that violates our rights.
And have you got the shoplifting thing in America? Here in the UK, if you go into a shop and you steal less than £200 worth of goods, you can just walk straight out.
They started that in some cities. I know in Austin, it got to be so crazy that they just decided we're not going to go after any more shoplifters. I know
Yeah.
some shootouts were going on. They were just like, it's not worth getting officers killed over stolen DVDs and garbage,
Yes.
But the flip side is people are...
But that's honest, they're paying for that.
Right.
I hear it's $1,000.
That's what?
If it's $1,000, like under $1,000, they don't want anyone out of Walmart or whatever.
So it's even worse here.
It has to be $1,000 or more to take action.
But
they don't have it where I live right now, so not all of the
countries. Where I live, I've seen it happening where I live.
But the economy is so bad. Yeah, they're locking up things like shaving cream and earbuds, though sometimes, and you're like, how bad is the stealing with earbuds?
I've seen men walk in this co-op just where I live. You often see men just walk in, take a load of stuff off the shelves and walk straight back out. And I bet you any money, if I decided to try that little trick, I'd be stopped.
Yeah.
I get that feeling. I'd love to do it for just see what would happen, but I don't want to end up in a police cell.
Exactly.
But yes, it's £200. I just, I don't know, I find it also hard to believe that this has actually happened. And I see it happening where I live. Just across the road from me. Yeah. Just walk in, take what they want, and just walk straight back out. It's like surreal. It really is.
Yep. Speaking of people going in and stealing things, that's a good pivot to this topic. So in Venezuela, where we, went into Venezuela, right? Or well, that wouldn't be what they would say, but really that's what's occurring. What Trump said today was really, or not, I don't know if he said it today. He said it very recently at a speech he was making related to something else because the backdrop was interesting. I wrote this down somewhere, but he said in 48 minutes, basically, of Venezuela's wars, we've already, America, paid ourselves back in cash many times over. And basically saying that the winner in a war takes all the riches and all the spoils, and that's exactly how we're doing it. So basically, we're taking their riches and we're publicly mocking them. We're supposed to be spreading freedom and democracy.
I know.
Plundering, stealing.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The behavior. Oh yeah, that's what he was standing in front of. I jotted it down. The no tax on tips Nevada backdrop. So yeah, they wanted to make a big deal about the fact that, well, here's something for you people to know about how being a waitress or a waiter in America works. In some states, like in Texas, for example, so our minimum wage in some states is $7.25 an hour still.
What?
Yes.
What? $7.25 an hour?
$7.25, but you haven't heard the worst of it. So in Texas, $2.13, I don't know if it's still that, but it's somewhere around that, is the hourly wage for a waitress if they're getting tips. That's what they can set as your wage because they say your tips make up the difference. If the tips don't make up the difference, supposedly you can go to your boss and say, my tips didn't make up the difference, and they're supposed to pay you. That involves a lot of rigmarole that never happens. And waitresses and waiters are unionized. They're called servers, actually is the term you'd use. But, it would be a big rigmarole for somebody like that to bring a class action lawsuit or and so they don't do it. They usually just get another job. But while they're a waiter or a waitress, they struggle. They usually have more than one job because of that, the ability to do that. The $2 and something cents an hour and if you get tips, Trump's not going to make you pay taxes on those tips. Well, ta-da, what a wonderful, magic trick. Because in reality, allowing companies to set a wage that low is already practically slavery. So, I mean, it's just so ridiculous when they rob us blind and then, do something like that and make it look like it's just some glorious thing.
And
But-
we're led to believe that America is the land of the free. It's also wonderful. I've never been to America, I must admit. But we're led to believe it's all absolutely super duper. It sounds a horror story. I wouldn't like to be ill in America, I can tell you that much.
There are things about it that are super duper, but one need not be dishonest about what's not super duper if we want it to be super duper. The things that are super duper to remain that way, or to go back to being that way, or to become the way that they always should have been. It's like real patriots are people that tell the truth. So it's not, that you're down on your country. I love the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and an America First attitude that people want to kind of act like that's a terrible thing, like you're saying you're the most important thing in the world. But that actually would be the attitude whereby you leave other people alone. You would never be doing what they're doing in Venezuela. You would really only be blocking entry of drug dealers or gangs. But other than that, you wouldn't be there plundering their resources. And, you wouldn't also be putting puppet governments into other countries who will allow you to plunder their resources. You know what I mean?
Yes, I mean, I have the whole thing with Greenland. What the hell has Trump, what right has he got to take over Greenland? I just don't understand.
The interest in Greenland has something to do with, if I'm not mistaken, it might be Neuralink, but there's some substance there that is desired for some of these projects, is what I've read. But I read
Unbelievable.
that. Most likely that's the motivation. They say it's national security. There could be a motivation that way as well, but
no, I find it. I don't know. I mean, I don't like Trump anyway. I think he's a loathsome little man. I can't bear him. I can't.
Do you have anything to weigh in on these topics, Crystal?
Sorry?
I was asking Crystal if she wanted to weigh in on any of this.
Yeah, what was that last thing that you said?
Chickpea or me?
Both of y'all were talking.
About Greenland? Greenland being possibly for national security and also possibly to obtain some substances for some of these companies like Neuralink.
I think it's dreadful. Absolutely
Well,
dreadful.
It's always about some kind of natural resource that country has that the U.S. wants. That's what it's about.
Tell you something. Somebody ought to give, I hate to say it, but somebody ought to give US a taste of its own medicine. Sorry to say that, not at you, but I just find, I don't know what the hell Donald Trump has got with Greenland. It really makes me sick.
Well, the Greenlanders aren't too happy about it either. Nobody wants to be invaded and taken over.
No, well, believe they're not very happy. I'm not happy about it. I'm very unhappy about it.
Speaking of which, did you guys know that police are now coming? They came to a home of a man in Texas for a post he made critical of the nation of Israel.
Did what?
Oh, yes. That's a thing now. And Marco Rubio also is going to deny visas to people to the United States. And not just of people who are like calling for the DEATH of JEWS, but the way he phrased it, he said that Trump stands with the J people, and he won't allow foreign nationals to come foment hatred of the J people. But that could be conflated into, if you criticize Israel, and those are Jews, it's a Jewish nation in its foundation, right? Even though it's a democracy, that could be considered the same thing. And if you look at some of the laws in Israel related to land ownership and home ownership and things, there are some issues with what one might call Jewish supremacism, which, would be no different than any other kind. But when you're going to call anything critical of anyone Jewish hatred, even if that Jewish person is doing something wrong, and let's face it, every kind of person can do something wrong, then that gets kind of ridiculous. And I don't know, it's kind of a controversial topic if you guys want to weigh in on that at all.
I don't know much about that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't to make of anything anymore.
Well, there are good and bad of every culture,
Oh, what's this thing about Trump having some golden statue put up somewhere or something. I saw. I haven't researched it yet, but apparently he's going to build a golden statue of himself or something ridiculous. Silly little man. So I don't like Trump. You may have guessed.
I haven't heard that one. How about you, Crystal?
Oh, well, that's whenever the Gaza thing first started. Trump said he was going to put a statue of himself on the beach or something over there,
Yeah,
something
that's
like
it,
that. A golden statue.
That might be just, being performative. Let's just put it that way.
But anything, because he's put gold stuff in his home. He's got gold loos, hasn't he, and gold tables and things. And
yeah,
disgusting.
Yeah, but he has a lot of stuff in his house is like gold plated, Emily. So, I mean, this came out of Trump's mouth himself. He said he was going to do that.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of pushback on that.
Yeah. Speaking of which, people saying weird things. Another thing that was interesting, Dennis Prager, and this was really weird. I'm going to find the link so I can share it in the chat. So he's from PragerU. I agree with some things they have to say, and then I disagree with others vehemently. But they said there's nothing evil. Well, the way they phrase it, the people that wrote the article about it, it's a little bit different if you watch what he actually says. But it says that he says there's nothing evil about watching animated child. You know what?
What?
So let me explain what he actually says. Here's what he says when he's talking to this guy. He says, you don't do evil if you think evil, because this guy's arguing that he thinks that watching something like that and enjoying something like that, let's just put it that way, is evil and bad and wrong. And Dennis Prager is saying to him, no, it's not, because you're not harming anyone. So, because who is being hurt is what he actually says, because you're just fantasizing about acting on it. So that's really unbelievable because, he is an evangelical Zionist Christian, and here he is saying something like that. So it's like you're seeing this flip towards acceptance of some of this minor attracted persons and other weird ass behavior, even in those kind of circles. So I'll share that link and people can make of it what they want.
They're trying to normalize it. They're trying to normalize it. They're trying to do this kind of brainwashing of the people that's normal. That behavior is normal, and it's not.
That is shocking.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's unbelievable. And, also, and that's kind of something that Yerf Dogs talks about in relation to, some of the people, because antinatalism really is just, because you're an antinatalist and you're saying that's shocking and disgusting about the kids. So, obviously there's a spectrum to anything. So they're mixing crap like that into antinatalism. They're also mixing crap like that into some branches of, mainstream Christianity and stuff. Because it's one thing to have empathy for people having problems or having something going on with them, and then it can get into this toxic territory where it's like, I feel so sorry for you, I'm going to let you violate every ethos, every ethical standard that I've ever had because, I wouldn't want to be mean to you or anything. So it's just getting a little bit too crazy, and there's an agenda to it.
Yikes.
Yikes indeed. Well, unless you guys have something that you wanted to share, I know, Crystal, you wanted to get into the weather mod stuff. Do you want to share?
Yeah, you will have to bring up those links up on the screen and put us to the side or something. I don't have any way to do that. If you will bring up the link of the patents first, and then show the company that does weather modification worldwide, all over the world.
We texted a
about
lot.
weather modification now. Crystal? No answer.
I'm sorry, Chickpea, what?
You talk about weather modification.
Yes, Emily has links.
Great. You've seen it. Oh, you believe? You know what, Crystal? This weather modification, I've been seeing it for 20 years now. I'm the only person I know that actually notices it. Seriously?
No, it's go on. I mean, there's over 100 years worth of patents for weather
Yeah, I know.
modification and engineering.
Hooray!
There is
I'm
a
not completely mental. Thank you. I
So
guess,
Crystal,
but you
No,
know
you're-
what? People keep saying, "Don't be stupid. It's all imagination." I knew it wasn't.
and then there is
So
a
Crystal,
company in the
is it the one
United
that
States.
is it the one that says PHP,
Mm,
or is it the Texas one? Because I see one that says TDLR, Texas.gov.
yeah, that's one of them. The first one that I sent you would be the one with the patents, and then the other ones are just information about that company that people can pay to do this, and this company does this worldwide. They do
Did you
the
send that
geo.
to me via email? Because I'm looking at the text. That might have been
It's
an
in
email.
it's in the text.
Okay, then I see these. I'll pull these. I mean, my friend, you guys need to talk about something for a second while I do this.
We'll talk about weather modification because I tell you something. I've been seeing it for years and years and years, and I talk about it quite often. And I may as well. Well, no one sees it. I mean, to me, it's as clear as day, but no one sees it. I'm a bit. I don't know. I could certainly feel it and smell it. I can smell the chemicals in the air in London. It's terrible. Smell
Yeah,
it
I
in the morning.
see it all the time. Chickpea, I can see them spraying, and they do it in patterns.
Yes, yes,
It,
exactly.
they do it in a grid. It's
Yes,
done
exactly.
in a grid.
Yeah. And you
This
know
is
what,
not-
Crystal? It cracks me up that no one sees it. I just don't understand what's wrong with people.
They don't look up. They don't pay attention.
They don't look up, do they?
And, yeah.
Thank you, Crystal, because I tell you something, I sometimes feel as if I'm completely alone with all this stuff, with the, the whole weather modification stuff. It's very upsetting. To me,
Yeah,
it's great.
you're not alone. I mean, I was outside one time and I could literally see stuff sprinkling down in front of me.
See it? Yes,
And
you see it. Yeah.
I literally took pictures of it. I
Yes,
have
see it.
pictures that I took myself
Uh-huh.
of something coming down from the sky, right 9 feet in front of me it was. So
Yeah.
no one can tell me that this does not exist.
Hooray. You must tell D&W this one day, because I tried to tell him about it, but he won't listen to me on this subject. Because you know what, Crystal? Here, I can smell it in the mornings, because I'm an old lady, and I can remember when I was a little girl, the air didn't stink in the mornings like it does now of chemicals. It didn't. I can remember it very clearly.
Hey guys, so here's
I
the thing.
remember a time, you know what, Crystal, sometimes in London, for days and days on end, the sky is a milky white. It's not supposed to look like that. It didn't when I was young, that's for sure.
Yeah, the term for that, chickpea, they call it vanilla skies.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry.
important.
I'm sorry, Emily, what were you saying?
Yeah, so I got this up and I can do a share screen. If I put you with it, Crystal, I'm not sure if you'll be able to be heard. I think you would have to pull it up from your end and I present it, but we'll try this and we'll see. So share screen. And let me go. Oh, I think if I leave us on and then I just put it over us, it might work. So we'll see how this works or not. So weather modification, let me find it.
I can't pull it up from my end. My device will not do that, Emily. So you would have to pull up that and show us, and I can hear you speak, and we should still all be able to hear each other.
So right now I'm seeing it. Are you seeing it on your end?
Crystal, do you watch Dane Wigington?
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. I watch him every weekend. Don't worry, I watch him. I'm a great fan of his.
Yeah. That's the company that people can hire to do geoengineering / weather modification. I put several links in there just because it's different places on their site, but the first one that I sent you, the early ones were the ones that show all the patents up to 2024. That's not even counting all of the patents that exist, but the beginning links I sent you, Emily, were the actual patents. Now, people don't take in patents and create things to just not use them.
Mm. I wonder what their objective is, Crystal. I wonder what their objective truly is. Because they must be doing it for a reason.
Well, my understanding is that they have geoengineered and changed our weather for so long that now they have to keep doing it.
Yes.
Plus, they are doing other things along with it.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, I know they're up to all sorts of tricks. Because I can remember when I was a little girl, back in the 50s and 60s, the sky didn't look like this, and it didn't. And I can remember it very clearly. And the smell, strange smell, chemical smell. And yes, I've noticed go out late at night. There was a little experiment that Dane was talking about. If you did something, you could actually, see it right in front of you, literally, this stuff falling down to the ground from these trails. Yes, it is, Cougar Doomer.
I'm about to let the menfolk up, and they can.
No, it did. I
Battle it out.
wasn't on pot in the 60s. I was a little girl. I couldn't afford to buy pot in the 60s.
So I'm going to drop the link, and we'll go ahead.
You know what gets me, Emily, is that people trash. When you're an old lady of my age, when I talk about the 50s and 60s, people will say to me, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. They weren't even alive. It's true.
Okay, Emily, did you find the link that I sent you that shows all the patents?
Let me check these out because I showed that one. You got to be careful with showing certain things.
Yeah,
and
these
also making the
this-
screen wonky.
Yeah, this isn't videos. So,
No, but even
one
with websites, there can be, there's fair use, but then there's kind of some wonky
Yeah, you
rules.
link in the chat if you want on the patents, but I just wanted to see people that this has been going on for over 100 years. So,
Yep. And this one that you shared, it's cloud seeding, and that's what we had here: aerial cloud seeding, ground-based cloud seeding, dispersing fog, increasing precipitation, and mitigating hail damage. I don't know what that is about, but yeah, different seeding agents and atmosphere evaluation and environmental monitoring.
I don't think you would get a strike for showing the one with the patents. I don't think that's strikeable.
Let me see if I see it. But yeah, anyone can come up now that wants to talk about this. And we got Cougar. How's it going, Mr. Doomer?
It's going well, thank you. Interesting conversation.
Happy to hear your 2 cents on weather modification.
Okay, weather modification does not happen on a large scale. The energy required to do large scale weather modification is virtually impossible for humanity to match, even with nuclear weapons. It's just not happening.
So were you talking, Crystal, about this one that has to do with maps? The worldwide success maps? Is that the one with the patents, clients and projects?
It would have been the very first one I sent you, Emily.
That was the one I showed. The very first one I see is that one.
It lists one after another of the patents. It gives the patent number. It gives a description of the patent, what the device does.
Okay, none of this matters. A lot of patents are defensive patents. So if somebody wants to get a patent so that they can defend their actual product from look-alike products or name-alike products, they patent things that they think they might invent someday. The patent office is very strict about perpetual motion patents and free energy patents, but they will grant patents for almost anything else that seems remotely plausible.
Cougar, I don't understand why you deny weather modification when your whole paradigm revolves around technology changing the Earth and humanity going extinct.
Okay, let's be fair. That's a fair point. Chickpea, just a second. I have a question. You're gonna like this, Chickpea. You're gonna like this answer. Okay, so just give me a second. It's a fair point, and I have said this point on this panel multiple times. And the point is this: the type of weather modification most often discussed is not happening. However, There is a form of weather modification that is happening. We are seeing the effects. It was unintentional. Some people think it was intentional, but it is happening, and it's going to kill most of humanity. And that's releasing CO2 into the atmosphere, enhancing the greenhouse effect by burning fossil fuels. And it is changing the weather, and it's going to kill most people as a result. But that's not what anybody wants to talk about.
No, I do. I know they're trying to kill us. Oh, Cougar, I know that. Good Lord.
Well, I don't even know about trying, Chippy. It could be completely accidental. It could be completely accidental.
What?
They wanted the energy from the fossil fuels. They wanted the driving and flying and the manufacturing, and then they destroyed humanity.
Of course
So
they want to
you
kill us
think,
off. That's what Georgia Guides.
Well, the Georgia Guidestones is interesting, but that does not apply.
Yes,
Emily,
Cougar
how
and
do you know it doesn't
Hey,
apply,
Chickpea,
Cougar?
Chickpea, just a sec, and Cougar. I'm gonna check on this new person. I've got the newcomer banner on. Give me vitality. How's it going?
It's going fantastic. Can you hear me?
I can. Is this Vital Vicar?
It is.
Oh, let me get that banner off. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. It's such an interesting topic that we're talking about right now, weather
Yeah.
modification. And it is true. I mean, we learned about cloud seeding when I was in second grade in the 90s, and I always thought to myself, couldn't that be used for like anything? You know what I mean? Couldn't that be used to cause a hurricane here and a drought over there? And you
No,
know, there's never, yeah.
no. There's not enough energy in cloud seeding to cause anything to happen on that scale. The scale you're talking about would be like all the energy that humanity generates in all of its power plants for a year to cause a hurricane. It's just ridiculous. It's
Okay,
absolutely
hold on,
ridiculous.
hold on. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Could
You know-
you use cloud seeding to change weather patterns so that moisture would be in one place and not another?
Cougar,
That's not weather. That's not weather.
do you know who James Hatfield?
Okay, that's not weather.
No,
Have you ever heard of James Hatfield, Cougar?
no.
So James Hatfield was a guy who's known as a rainmaker who was employed by San Diego in 1915 to make it rain for $10,000.
Okay, stop right there. None of that matters. None of that matters because when people talk about
I didn't even
weather
finish.
modification,
How do you know if
it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter.
You're jumping
But
to
you have to explain why it doesn't matter.
Energy levels. Energy levels,
Dom, hang on
not
a
the
second.
same.
Okay, let's take the.
Dom, your mic is real low, and then Cougar, do let him finish, even if he's wrong as hell as far as you're concerned. Just let him completely finish. So Dom, can you make yourself a little bit more hearable?
Can you hear me?
Like, what's your argument that people can't manipulate the weather? Because that's just not true.
I'm saying that the man, James Hatfield, was employed by San Diego specifically to make it rain because they knew of his abilities. And when he did make it rain,
Let him finish.
I forget exactly. It just caused too much rain, and they didn't end up paying them because it did property damage. And
You can do a lot of damage with just a little bit of rain in the wrong place. You don't need to start a full-blown hurricane.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
You can also deny an area
Oh,
moisture if you can redirect it.
wrong. Hold on. Let me look up the guy's name because I misspoke his name.
Can I talk to Cougar now? Cougar.
I just want to know what you were smoking in the 60s, Chick B.
I wasn't smoking anything in the 60s. I was a little girl. Right, Cougar. Talking about the sun, okay, now, I live in London, which is on the 51st parallel, okay? Now, I've done geometry, and I know what 90 degrees is. I know what 0 degrees is, and I know what 51 degrees is. And I can show you, I'm sitting facing south, and the sun is almost right above my head, where it shouldn't be. There's something not quite right.
The sun will never be right overhead at 51st parallel.
Exactly.
Chick B,
That's what I'm saying. Cougar, exactly is what I'm saying. The sun is almost right
Okay,
above.
all right.
It should be there.
Chickpea, you can easily check this yourself.
Yes,
Take a stick.
I know, I can check it.
No, I don't. I don't think you
If
do.
what
It's
you
a
were
very
saying
simple
was
test.
true,
I know it's not being
if
talked
what you were
about.
saying was
I
true,
know.
there are millions and millions of navigators around the world navigating ships, airplanes. They would be aware of this shift. They would talk about it. It would be in
Well,
the
are they?
news.
They're not aware of the chemtrails. They don't see chemtrails.
That's because they're not real. They can't see things that aren't real.
Well, I see
It's not
the.
real.
I see the GMO. I can see the chemtrails.
I know you're seeing something, but it's not what you think it is.
Oh, really? What am I seeing yet?
Well, you can think whatever you like. It doesn't matter. It's not real.
Oh, right. So the stripes in the sky aren't real.
They're
It's
not
exhausting.
chemtrails.
Yes. Why would they need to put chemicals in the sky when they put it in our food and in our
So the
clothes and in our
stripes in the
vaccines?
sky
Why would
aren't
they
real.
need to drop it
No,
from a
but
plane?
seeing stripes in the sky now, it's not real. Just seeing things. Right. Okay.
Yes,
Cougar,
you are seeing things.
Cougar, do you see that link I posted there in the chat?
No, and I'm not really interested. Finish your point.
You know, I'm sorry, but here in the
There's
UK,
something
we
wrong
can
with your
stripes in the
mic.
sky.
Is it just me, or is there something wrong with Cougar's mic?
Cougar's mic is very, you know, it's loud and kind of frazzled, and then yours is a little bit low, and I can't hear you as well. So especially when you guys clash, I can't hear. But what did you want to say about it, Dom?
I just want to point out that this guy was hired to make rain, and he ended up causing a 10-day downpour that caused an overflow of water, according to the San Diego City themselves on their own website. This was in 1915.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what Cougar's point is. Is Cougar saying that we can't manipulate the weather?
Of course we can.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can.
So what's cloud seeding?
Yeah, Cougar, we had cloud seeding where I live, and they canceled the program.
That's not manipulating the weather.
Isn't it?
It's
David?
creating rain in places
No,
where you wouldn't have
Cougar,
rain.
it is not possible to be 100%.
That's literally manipulating the weather. That's the definition.
No, it isn't. Because you can't create rain out of nothing. There had to be a cloud there. That's called weather. You can get some of the rain out of the cloud. The cloud had to be there. We can't make clouds.
No, you're operating.
I can make clouds. After the kids go to bed and everybody's asleep and I go out to the shed and I have my dad time, I'm making major clouds, buddy.
Hold on. Cougar has this false notion.
Let's give Dom a chance.
Cougar has this false notion that the only way weather manipulation is true is if we're making new weather from scratch.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about, Cougar.
Cloud seeding.
Okay, all right. Okay, but
cloud seeding is
fine, go ahead.
defined. I just want to say cloud seeding is defined, at least looking it up is what it's saying, is that it's defined as a limited, localized, conditional form of weather manipulation. It can't create storms.
Okay, and all I have said is that there are no projects or technologies that do serious weather manipulation. Very frequently, when people talk about this, they talk about creating hurricanes, okay? And that's what people talk about. You can say, well, cloud seeding is, and then after telling me that cloud seeding is what you're talking about, then you'll go talk about creating hurricanes. And so it's bait and switch as far as I'm concerned. And large-scale weather manipulation is not possible. We don't have the energy on this planet to do that.
Cougar, how do you know what is available at the top of the pyramid?
I bet that the United States federal government and the Israeli government would tell you. You'd be the first person they'd tell.
And Crystal
It's just basic physics, people. It's basic physics. And if you don't understand physics, you have my sympathy.
Cougar, you do not know what's going on at the top of the pyramid. You've got no way of knowing that. And you haven't, because you're not out.
Chickpea, I have a classical education in the sciences. I have a better.
Wow. You were still a little man on YouTube.
No, I have classical education in physics. Physics counts. You can't ignore it. It's the way it is.
Wait, Cougar, hang on. Just want to say, you did shift the goalposts a little bit.
You don't know what's going on.
Saying, hang on, Chickpea. You did shift the goalposts a little bit when you started talking about large weather manipulation, because you said it wasn't weather manipulation at all. It is a limited form of weather manipulation. And I think Dom stepped out because of his microphone. I hope he comes back in. But Crystal wanted a chance to say something now, since she brought up her patent links, and she wants to relay what is important about those and what she wanted to say. And then you guys can respond. Go ahead, Crystal.
To start with, the words I used were weather modification, not manipulation, not any other verbiage. I said modification. That means modify. That means change something that already exists. Now, I put the link for the patents there for you, Emily, in the back chat. That's the first link I had sent you. It shows quite a few. Now, I don't think that people make patents for just no reason. They are done for a reason, and that is to use them. So that's all I wanted to say. And as I said, I have seen shit coming down from the sky in front of me. I have photos of it on my phone. I personally took the photos. So no one can tell me that nothing is happening.
Cougar left. Maybe he's coming back.
Really good point on the semantics, though, because like when you say that we can't manipulate the weather, that's actually just grammatically false. Like we can do it even in small ways, and I think we underestimate what a small change of weather can do to a place if you were to use it strategically or offensively. Now, listen, I'm not saying that this has actually been done before. I'm just saying that the technology exists, the people who could benefit from it exist, and these people aren't fucking stupid. They put two and two together. If the technology exists, they will use it for nefarious or military purposes. And the technology does exist, so it must have been used for nefarious or military purposes. That's all I'm saying.
It actually has been used by military purposes. I'm going to post a link. But it was used in Vietnam in something called Operation Popeye, where they just flooded Vietnamese logistics supply lines and tunnels, and it was determined too effective, and they stopped using it.
Wow. I'm going to post that in the main chat.
I think it was developed in England in the 50s. I don't know the history there exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's where it was. Yeah. Operation Popeye is definitely true.
There are people who profit off of the weather being modified. Can you imagine if you have drought conditions somewhere and they don't cloud seed to try to help it? And that's another thing that really bothers me is all these places are on fire and no one is cloud seeding to try to make it rain where everything is burning down.
I've noticed that. Yes, it's weird, isn't it? But there's something sinister going with all these fires.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is that if the technology does exist and you could use it for that, is it not like a human rights violation or a crime against humanity to not use it for that? If our governments have it and won't use it to help us, isn't that kind of a crime
Governments
against
don't help the
Absolutely,
people.
it is.
I
It's,
hear from governments.
according to their own standards, it's a crime. Like the Nuremberg trials that they used to judge others. You know, we don't abide by our own standards, but we're very quick to force them on others.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the people who conducted the Nuremberg trials almost immediately started acting exactly like the people they had on trial in the Nuremberg trials. So that should tell you something about humanity.
True. Sad to say.
Emily, in those patents, there are actually ones that refer to creating hurricanes.
Oh, wow.
The word hurricane is in the description of the patent. I think a lot of things are going on that people don't realize what is going on, you know, but I don't know how we fight against some of this stuff that people won't even admit exists, you know.
Yeah, I had Doomer and Chickpea wait for Dom to speak and then you to come on and speak, but he was next to go, but he's not there. So he's welcome to pop on and give his rebuttal to all this at any time. Hopefully he'll
And
pop back.
thank you, Dom. I'm happy to see you up here. Thank you.
Yeah, you as well, and everyone else.
So Dom, did you have so many interesting things that you speak on that are related to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about. Did you have anything you wanted to add to any of those topics as well?
Well, we have to look at war and we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of war? Because I just posted there Operation Popeye, and the way you guys were describing the fires and the cloud creating is just basically an act of war, but seemingly with the objective of forcing people to relocate from the land while re-terraforming it so that it can be acquired by the people who more than likely force the people off the land or benefactors of them.
Mm-hmm.
So war is just a means to an end and really nothing more. It's just that you're involving, there's obstacles and resistance preventing you from achieving that end in the form of other people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right. And they have so many different ways to get you off the land. And I don't know why people think that would never happen to them when you read what happened in the way back of how we even ended up here in the first place, and who had been here before. And then you think, well, but now things are different. They'll never come up with a way. Like for me, seeing them not make you pay property taxes, the catch to that could be devaluation. And then you have pipeline projects where, hey, sorry, but we're going to pay you for your house and you're going to need to move because a pipeline's coming through here. And when you've devalued the house because there's no property taxes to work off of, then what you're paid will not be enough to buy anything else with this inflation economy on top of that. There's just lots and lots of things that can happen. And then, of course, fires and people not having fire as part of their insurance or whatever. And then they end up, only owning the plot of land and not the home, not being able to rebuild a home on it. And they'll declare it unsafe to go there. There's like 1,000,001 ways they can wrestle control of your living space away from you, and people don't see it that way.
Emily, could you post the patent link out into the general chat, please?
Yep, I did, and I put a tag next to it that it was from you, and I posted it on as well.
The last thing the United States government wants is a country full of well-educated, land-owning, entrepreneurial patriots. That's the last thing that this fucking government wants.
Sad but true. And yeah, for me, like I did a good thing buying my land and my place when I did, but I do recognize that I'm not just automatically safe from anything that could happen to anyone. And I'm grateful for everything that I have, and in some ways I'm maybe a little better off than people in different situations, but I am not completely safe just because of that, and neither is anyone else. So somebody needs to say something. Go ahead, Dom.
Well, I'm just to say, above all, the government wants dependency. How do they get dependency? They do that by controlling people's minds and thoughts. And when you break down the word government etymologically, it means to control or pilot the mind the same way someone controls or pilots a ship. If you look it up, it will say to pilot actions, but this is a misnomer because thoughts precede actions, and the government has always operated through propaganda or mythology to justify their rulingship. So that way they can get the actions they want out of the people. And it comes from the words gubernare, mens, which means to pilot the mind from Latin. And really, the government's all about mind control.
Indeed. I know that you could have probably some really good conversations about the use of mental manipulation, subliminals in advertising, and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with the Vigilant Citizen, but I know you, and I've seen you on the Machine Lies, showing some really, really interesting videos and reading from some interesting readings. You guys kind of are on at odd times when I'm never really ripe to go on the panel, and you'll be doing like long readings from things I haven't quite read. But what's funny is Ted Kaczynski, not to promote anything on here that would be, not my channel. I don't want to say things.
Uncle Ted, yeah.
But like, no, I remember reading an excerpt from Ted Kaczynski on Amazon thinking, and I didn't know who wrote it. I just thought, wow, this is so true about technology. It reminds me of John Trudell, And so I followed the author, and I thought the name sounded familiar, but I didn't think about it. And then I said, oh, Ted Kaczynski. I know who that is, But nevertheless, sometimes these genius outlier people can be a little bit, do some messed up things at the same time. But we should maybe listen to other things that they have to say if they are in the know about certain types of things. So, what say you about technology and where we're headed with AI and whatnot?
Well, my views are a bit different from TML's, but he does correctly point out a lot of things. The way I see technology is that it's basically been handed to us by a technocratic elite whose entire objective is to guide humanity the direction they want us to. And they use specific tools at specific times to get certain characteristics and certain labor values out of us. So at first, and the people I'm talking about are basically the gods of the ancient myths. At first, they were said to have given us the plow and agriculture and aqueducts and the ability to build complex buildings.
No, that was just white people.
So, Emily, that's why I'm an antinatalist, okay? Because I've always seen this. I've always seen it. I know I'm a slave. I've always known it. Always known that. Yeah, set scale. What you say is correct, and I'm trying to escape. I don't want to come back for another 70 years of this shit. I've had it.
It's right in your song that Britons will never be a slave, isn't it?
I'm not British. No. I'm a Dutch lady, okay? If you don't mind.
Oh, that's why your accent doesn't sound like a cat choking on a carrot. That's why you have a nice accent.
Oh, thank you. It's a London accent. I live in London, but yeah. But the Brits are slaves. Oh boy, I tell you, the British are so enslaved by the royal family. You have to live it here to believe it. And you have to, you know what? The newspapers every day are full of royal shit. We live in a country where children are being molested every day. Not a word said about it, but every day there's shit about the royals. And it makes me sick. Sorry.
That's because they want you looking in one direction and not the other.
Yeah. And no, this country, they're slaves. This country is very enslaved. Set scales, very enslaved. It is. Oof.
If I could say, someone keeps bringing up rain and clouds. Those are just part of the aspects of weather. There is temperature, there is wind, there are many factors to modifying the weather. It isn't just about a cloud or precipitation. It can be managed different ways.
Yeah. Well, there's something very sinister going on. To me, it's dead obvious, but most people don't see it.
If you think that's crazy as a weapon of war, look up how pornography has been used literally as a weapon of war.
Yeah,
And not,
exactly.
not not even in just the abstract sense of like, oh, pornography has waged war on the sexuality of my whole
Yeah,
generation. No,
yeah.
in a
Has
war with Lebanon, there was a battle where Israel actually broadcast pornography to the local city
yeah,
all over every single channel before they invaded. And there's a lot of theories as to why they would do that. But why do you think that they would do that?
yeah. Oh, pornography. You know what? Back in the 60s, when the whole sexual revolution started, and I can remember this, the TV was full of Hollywood sex films. You know, the whole thing from the 60s films. And no wonder we all started behaving the way we did, because we were totally brainwashed when I was a teenager, completely brainwashed. And I can remember it.
Dom, were you going to
And
say
it
something?
Revolution
and it
started.
was supposed to, sorry, it was sold as counterculture, but in fact it was pressed by the mainstream as the way to be. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'll take it.
yeah, it's very corrupting. It really corrupted us, and I look back on it all. Because we all took it on. Oh, lovely, free sex, free this, free that. But and ultimately, it does more harm than good. It does. Still.
It's almost like I wish we had had some kind of moral structure or rule book that had warned us about that
Yes,
beforehand. I wish
exactly.
there had been some
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
organization that was 2,000 years old that came with a rule book about that kind of. Oh, if only we had had that.
yeah. And what about the education system, eh? It teaches us to be good little corporate slaves. Sit at our desks, good, quiet little office slaves.
And then to go nuts with all these vices when you finally
Yes.
get a break from your slavery and drudgery.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dom, were you going to say something a second ago?
Well, when it comes to education, in the United States, it's basically just a mix between this depression model, which was designed to make people more obedient during times of war, and the outcome based education system, which is the Soviet model, which is just now the central government, or the state government in our case, decides the curriculum of the classroom. So basically, you have the schools are centered around obeying authority, while the authorities determine the entire curriculum of the school.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the factory methods too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's all to turn us good little corporate slaves, factory slaves, depending on your IQ, literally.
And you guys might want to read John Taylor Gatto. He has a lot of books, and he was a Teacher of the Year. New York was where he was a teacher, and he came out as completely anti-compulsory education, and put together some really interesting works on that. Hey, Chickpea, a good question for you is like, what are your thoughts in the UK? Do you have a lot of, because I've talked to Alyssa about this, they homeschool their child, but it's really difficult
Yes.
regulation-wise there compared to
Like,
America.
yeah.
So, and do you have people coming out with studies showing, hey, the kids literally are better off and are worse off since the inception of compulsory schooling? Or how do you guys view that generally?
People don't see it. People don't even see it. I mean, I look around me at the people who have children, I'm horrified at that they even have them. Because if I could not afford to send a child to a good private school where they could perhaps learn to dance or play a piano or paint or do whatever what's good for them, I would never have a child for that very reason, okay? Because I think that, but people just send them off to the local public school, state schools, and they learn shit. That's what they teach you. So rubbish. You don't learn anything of any value to you as a human being.
One thing,
You're just there to pass exams that will decide whether you work in an office or work in a factory, literally. That's
yep,
all it
and
is.
they even used to have that. Like when my mom was a kid, they had schools that were, well, not when she was a kid, it was actually one of our other ancestors. They had agricultural schools,
Yes.
even in farmer versus and one of our relatives was super smart and had no interest in that. Not that you can't be smart and farm, but he wasn't interested in agro, and he
Yeah.
wanted to do something else. So they do that to this day. People don't really realize it, but because it's more covert, because everything's supposed to be fair and equal, but it's really not. And you made me think about something related to the schools, but it kind of flipped out of my mind.
Well, it's very, very. I mean, I was very. I've got quite. I haven't got a high IQ, but sort of above average. But I'm not remotely academic. I wanted to knit and sew and learn about herbs and things.
Mm-hmm.
And so all those years at school were complete and total waste of time because I didn't want to learn about history and geography. I'm not really interested. And so you spend your all these years, 14, 15 years, learning stuff, just sitting there memorizing everything to pass an exam.
Yep.
For what?
Studying for tests. But it came back to me when you were talking. So there's a method called Waldorf schools, and it was like some parents that worked for a cigarette factory in Germany is how if I'm remembering correctly, they started this method where kids were kind of, whatever their interests were, their niche interests would be gravitated towards. And they would also mix the ages. You wouldn't just have nothing but 9-year-olds and 8-year-olds and 7-year-olds. It was very more natural and community based.
Yes.
So there was a family that did this in San Miguel de Allende. And I remember wanting to go visit San Miguel. And then we had all the scare with the people being kidnapped and all of this and that and all this crime. And it made me, it makes me think about the whole thing, like Latin America, the Americas from north to south, if they were combined as people that all work together from Canada to the, the tippy bottom, look at all the resources we would have. We would have our own oil. We would have amazing medicine. We would have, food of every kind. And what they want is for there to be this terrorizing war situation. And by that, I mean like the crime where like, oh, don't go there. They'll kill you. They hate you. And fostering all of this, instigated hatred between people to where, nobody can really do anything. Yeah. And it's sad. It's orchestrated and it's sad and it's gross.
Yes, it's orchestrated. Yes, all of it's orchestrated.
Anybody else want to chime in on that?
When I look back on it all, yeah. I mean, they didn't even teach. When I was at school, I wasn't even taught how to grow a herb. They didn't teach us that, or how to do anything of any value. Nothing.
We're not even taught how to do our taxes in America. We're not taught how to balance a checkbook. We're not taught about money markets, anything outside of like basic economics, and that's an elective that like smart kids take because it's nerdy. You know what I mean? In America, you get basically nothing.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, they don't teach you things like compound interest, do they? And things like how the banks work and how money comes into existence. They don't teach you none of that. No.
Well, I mean, if the people who own the textbooks are the same people who own the banks.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know that shit.
They don't want you to know it. No. You don't learn anything.
Whose daddy owned all the textbooks in America? Ghislaine Maxwell's daddy. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So it's yes. I don't know what to make of it all. It's
I'm gonna take a quick break, so you guys keep this going if you can for just a moment.
But I'll tell you, set scales in the UK. I think maybe I don't know what it's like in America, but well, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all, but they don't teach you anything unless you've got parents with good money who can send you to a good private school. You're not going to come out with much. Just a load of crap, basically. Of no use to anyone, apart from to have you well trained to go and work for the corporation for the rest of your life.
That's why we're homeschooling. That's why we're doing outdoor school. That's why we take the kids on hikes. That's why we teach them plants. That's why we slaughter our own animals at home. That's why we do all of this stuff so that we know who we are in the physical world.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. We walked around the fucking art museum for almost 5 hours the other day. These kids just looking at sculptures and paintings from all over the world. And that's because it's stuff that we covered in homeschooling all spring and summer. And they're already primed for it. And they can see it in real time now. Other kids, I mean, they're playing Pokemon and League of Legends. I just dated myself, League of Legends. They're playing Fortnite, sorry.
Yeah. I'll tell you, and I'll tell you something here in the UK as well. You know, I know people live in blocks of flats. I'm an antinatalist, by the way, because that's what I am. But I see people living in blocks of flats, and you know, their children can't even go out to play anymore. So the children get up, go to school, come back from school, play on their stupid bits of rubbish in the living room, then go to bed and repeat it the next day. They don't even go out to play. I mean, I don't know what they're going to grow up into. I dread to think. It terrifies me
The
that
kids
a
where
child
I live,
doesn't go out to play. What?
the kids where I live are outside playing all the time in the cities.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said the kids where I live play outside a lot.
Lucky them. But here in the UK, yeah, but you've got more land in America, haven't you? Here, the proletariat here are all shoved into tiny space together. That's how it is in
Yeah,
the
like
UK.
even there are very few spaces in America that are like pushed together. Like I live in a major city. I happen to
Yeah.
live like out west, but like it's still pretty wide open. We've got alleyways going between each row of houses that like the kids can meet up in and like kind of. And we happen to live in like a nice neighborhood where it's there's a lot of families, a lot of good families, a lot of good kids, and there is like on our little block, a couple blocks, still that kind of feeling of like the kids can go outside, play,
Mm.
knock on each other's doors, but like you have to actively encourage it with some of the. My kids are very social; they go and do it by themselves, but some of these kids you got to like knock on their door 5 or 6 times because they're just glued to the phone.
Yeah. Well, in the south where I live, it's yeah, I don't know what to make of it. You know, it's yeah. I can't believe how
We had
much
a
the
we
world
had
has
a
changed since the 50s and 60s. How, yeah, I used to go out and play, you know, I stayed outside until the street lights came on. Now, children don't play outside. Don't see it.
a couple days ago. We had a birthday for one of my kids here, and just a bunch of families came around. And we have a nice backyard with a big tree and a mud kitchen for the kids, and we have chickens and everything in the city,
Oh,
so it's kind of
lucky
like
you.
it's
Have
kind of
you
like
got
a
hens?
huh?
Have you got hens?
Yes, we've got hens.
Oh,
So
you lucky guy.
it was a very beautiful night, and it was just like you know you just don't see it that much anymore. It's the kind of thing that you used to see all the time, but like it was just such a magical night, and
Yeah,
man, we really lost that in our society through
it's
a lot of
gone.
different things.
Yeah, it's all gone. So you got hens. Hens are my favorite animals. I'm a vegan, by the way, so I don't eat them, obviously. But hens are my favorite animals. I adore hens. Love them. I'd
I
love to
do
have a.
too.
Yeah.
We had two roosters, but they're not legal in the city limits, so we had to turn them into soup.
Oh, yeah. Roosters are gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, but
Yes.
they're bastards. They're like some of
Yeah, I
the
know, but they're
vile
gorgeous.
creatures on the planet. Oh yeah, they are gorgeous. Yeah.
Stop it, they're
They won't.
not.
They won't let us have
They're like
chickens in my town. But real quick, I just want to say Specman is here. Hi, Specman.
Hey yo, good evening.
Good
Welcome
evening.
in, and
Yeah, I chimed in because I did my secondary school education in the Netherlands,
Oh,
and
Holland's a
um,
bloke. Holland's a. Sorry. Go on. Je mag
and
vragen.
compared to the UK system, the Dutch system has got, in my opinion, education pretty well together.
Yeah,
But even though it's one of the best education systems in the world, it's still extremely lacking.
yeah,
And one of the biggest problems is that technology is moving so fast these days that by the time you finish studying for something, the world has changed so much that that thing that you learnt to do in school doesn't even exist anymore.
yeah, yeah.
Humanity really needs to rethink its game plan.
It's too
I
late.
know I know the elites have got their plan, but for the rest of us 8 billion people, if we don't get our acts together, there's not even going to be a place in tomorrow's world for the likes of us.
Mhm.
YouTube is going to go bankrupt because there'll be nobody to even create a program like this. And the world is looking at some dark times in the future.
Oh, you
And
think we will do?
I'm one of the people that thinks that in a way it's our fault, you
Yeah.
know. We let a small group of people make most of the decisions for us, eh? And
Yeah.
the 99% of us do it,
Yeah.
eh? So we're all guilty,
Yeah.
eh? And the world that I'm only 50, yet the world that I came from, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So we have a sad future awaiting us.
I tell you, sorry, when I say that about the world 70 years ago, people think, but yeah, you're saying, yes, how much it's changed. Used to be my age, you wouldn't believe how much it's changed. But it's always been a shit aspect, man, which is why I'm an
It's kind of weird because that's one of the reasons that I believe in a universal architect. I think that if there was such a thing as a god, it's being kind to us by only letting us live 100 years, because 100 years from the day that you were born, the world will have changed so much that it will be completely unrecognizable to you. You know, it would be uncomfortable. Just imagine that a standard lifetime is 200 years. Okay, I think it might change things. I think we might become grown-ups, really understand the world we live in, and maybe in our second 100 years be able to affect meaningful change. But imagine just that extra 100 years living in a world that's completely alien to you.
no 70 years will do me fine, spec man. Thank you.
Imagine if we had had a leader that promised to keep things prosperous and healthy and beautiful for 1,000 years. Imagine if we had had a leader that would have given us 1,000 years of prosperity and culture. Oh, if only we had had one of those. Damn it.
That leader would have proven that within 10.
You're probably right. I'm just being a jerk off.
Today I had a weird experience, kind of ties into some of the stuff we've been talking about. I was driving by a bunch of sunflowers, on the way into the more city part of town. And that song, Taxi to Heaven, is on my playlist from that movie, Sid and Nancy. And it's funny because it's a sad, kind of haunting song. And all these artificial flowers, right? So they're all uniformly the same. It's kind of beautiful, but it's also kind of not to me because it's I was thinking about how they'll be harvested with this big machine just to get the canola oil out of them. That's all they're there for. And then I passed by like this area that was not cultivated or planted or anything. And there were these like wild sunflower type flowers that had popped out, but they were different. They were wildflowers, you could tell. And they were yellow, And I thought, nature always finds a way. And isn't it always more beautiful when something real pops out? And it always finds a way to pop out. It's just, I don't know what I was thinking about there, but it's just, do you guys think that nature will find a way no matter what they do to us?
I think that
There's absolutely nothing humanity can do to end nature. That's what you mean.
Right. When we talk about destroying the world through climate change, we mean destroying a habitat that is habitable for us. Nature will not be stopped by us at all.
yeah, but if we think about it, if we destroy the ecosystem that we were born into 300,000 years ago, if we destroy that, it's going to take like 2 million to 5 million years to even begin to consider replacing it. And our
But it
sun,
will.
Where do you get those numbers from?
I pulled them straight out of a hat. But that's not the point. Our sun
I mean, it
was
is because if you look to Chernobyl, for example, it's already reproducing life pretty well after a supposedly devastating nuclear reactor meltdown.
No,
if
that
humanity, yeah,
I'm talking about
that big old
destruction,
stinky cow.
planetary scale destruction. The sad thing about humans making the planet unlivable for them, when the planet becomes unlivable for us, it becomes unlivable for 90% of everything else that lives here. I've been watching a program called Ant Canada. Even the ants would suffer if humanity extincted itself.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. But what we're saying is it's not going to be enough to end all of nature or the planet.
No, because nature is independent of our little bubble floating in space. Nature came before the planet and it will be here long after the planet, you know? But this planet itself, because our sun, I think our sun's got like less than 1 billion years left, you know? I don't think there would be time to rebuild the beautiful diversity that we have now.
How do you know?
I wouldn't know either, but
I know,
that would be my best guess.
I know someone who argues constantly that after humanity goes, some other species is going to take the helm as the next intelligent species on the planet and usher it into some beautiful age that never existed before.
Yes, but it will be a short-lived one of 1 billion years because the sun will go out.
Well, then we wouldn't have any control over that either.
We never had any control. But like I said, because I believe in a universal architect, I believe that somewhere else out there in the big open spaces, there is another project going on that's doing a hell of a lot better than this one. I just wish that people were aware that we're destroying ourselves, and not only ourselves, we're destroying the habitats for every other thing that has lived here, and we're the last ones in. You know, we were the last ones in, and we're gonna usher most of everything out. It's despicable.
And we had the most information, and look what we did with it. Isn't that scary and weird?
Maybe, maybe it was an experiment. Like, I wonder if we could just create one species that would be so, just negligent in their destruction. I mean, people talk about how good the old days were, right? In the old days, that's when they created fake plants.
Mhm.
So they use massive amounts of energy to create something that grows naturally that's also destroying the planet at the same time. I mean, humans are very, very funny creatures.
Yeah,
So
we have a.
if humans are an experiment, who is the we that said, let's make a species so great at destroying itself it doesn't realize it?
It's the demiurge.
That is a good question, but it's not the biggest question.
It's the demiurge, the god of this earth, the arsehole god of this earth.
What was that, Dom?
Maybe we can get to the biggest question. If my imagination's great enough, that is.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty big one to me. We have a newcomer here, so I'm going to put the banner up real quick and welcome in. Do you guys know of Firewater?
No.
Okay, we'll give Firewater a chance. Hey, Firewater, what's up?
No idea.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
No, I'm doing good.
So we've been talking about a lot of different things. Anything pique your interest or that you wanted to say?
A couple things talking about, us trying to reminisce of, oh, they had it so much better back in the old days, and then noticing what was going on back then, and now there's so much more eco-friendly things.
Mm-hmm.
Like I believe in a way we came a long way, but also depending on how you live.
Right.
Because I live in the middle of the woods, always have. my whole life. I did not know that people constantly throw away plastic and buy plastic and to burn it and burn all this other stuff that goes into the atmosphere. I didn't know that.
Right. I gotta
And
say,
I,
I gotta interrupt you and tell you I'm in love with your accent because I imagine that this is what I sound like, even though I know I don't anymore. When I was a child, I sounded kind of like Spanky from Little Rascals. So I always love when I hear another Southerner. So you continue though.
I swear sometimes I don't even realize I have one until somebody says something.
Exactly.
But where I grew up is we recycled everything. A jar, like a spaghetti sauce jar,
Right.
that became what we fed our chickens with or watered our plants with and used it for generations. The poor jar looked awful. You couldn't even see through it at one point. I didn't know how bad it was till my mother took us into the city to see her family. And the amount of garbage and food that was laying out on the roads and rats,
Hmm.
stuff running around.
I remember seeing restaurant rats late at night, and I mean we're talking huge. It looks like a cat, and I'm thinking that. And one time there was a market in Austin that had like a restaurant next to it, and they had
Mhm.
left their rat traps out. They forgot to like put them up before they opened the cafe, and I'm seeing the level of like filth, and I'm thinking, capitalism really is. It involves a lot of waste. It just does, and it's just, but you put that glittery front on something, and you don't see what's really occurring.
Yeah.
That's because people are chasing the notion of endless growth. You know, we're
Mhm.
finally getting around. I think that most of us on the planet Earth realize that endless growth isn't a thing. But if we look back 70 years ago, the people definitely thought that you could just grow endlessly for some reason. I don't know why they thought that. And it's weird because we've moved further and further away from the land, which you learn all of the really important lessons, right? You know, we've moved further and further away from the land. Most of us, more than half of us now, live in a city, yet we're finally become conscious of the fact that the resources on this little bubble are finite. Uh? So it's weird how our education has increased, but somehow our global morality and being part of the ecosystem has decreased.
You made me think of something. You guys talking about land and the people you came from and all of this. People don't realize. Europeans were an indigenous people who had their own pagan folk earth faiths at one time that were stolen from them too, violently as well. And you can look at that and say, there was a lot of wisdom in their ways and beliefs. So I don't think if you go into the way back, this idea, this fantasy idea of the ability to just take everything you can take and keep on producing and throw it away right away, and that is sustainable. I don't think our ancestors would have thought that at all. I think that's a more recent invention.
I was just recently watching how the original cow, how it went extinct. It was called an aurochs, and it happened completely accidentally. The people never stopped, even though they were domesticating cows, they never actually ever thought that there would never be a cow in the wild anymore. Uh, and the Romans were amazed at how few, real cows, wild cows that there were. Even the Romans were like, well, where are all the cows? They didn't connect the fact that they're destroying their habitats. And the Romans, I mean, they lived 3,000 years ago. Let's go like in the middle. They literally thought that they could grow endlessly. They literally thought as long as they were the big boss, that the world would be a really nice place to live. And they were convinced of it.
And this is what technology does to man, is it equates man's value to their output for the city state or whatever civilization they happen to be a part of. And when that's the case, where is the end goal of being a productive citizen? There essentially isn't one, because civilization will always demand more and more, because more is equated with wealth. So basically, the reason they overlooked all these things is because they're so focused on working the people within their civilization to make stuff for them. These animals are just an afterthought.
I know we don't
Exactly.
notice what's all
We were
going
just
around us.
naturally. Sorry, Firewater.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I think I might have come up with an ingenious way that we could collectively group together to prevent it, but that's another story. But I've been blessed. I mean, I wasn't lucky like Firewater to be brought up. I mean, I was born in London, and I lived in London until I was 10, and I saw all the horrors that modern living had to offer. But when we were 10, my mum met a wonderful Dutch guy, my stepfather, and he tried to live in London because he was madly in love with my mum. He desperately tried to live in London, bless him. And he was only here for 3 months. And in those 3 months, somebody tried to rob him twice. Once when he was with a really big German Shepherd, uh, and then the guy complained about the dog biting him when it was him that tried to rob my dad. And he said to my mum, he said, "Can we please get out of here?" And we moved to Amsterdam. And for me, Amsterdam was a paradise. Um, but very quickly, my mum was just kept downsizing and downsizing, and then we went to the rural part of the Netherlands, you know. And in the end, we ended up in Andalusia, in the middle of the desert, and we just kept downsizing and down. And it was funny. The more we downsized, the happier we were. So I learned an awful lot of lessons, and I just wish that everybody was given that opportunity to realize that their physical possessions are going to destroy humanity. I just wish that they could understand that, because we don't need half of them, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, but big government likes that. They like us to compete against each other. Divide and conquer. If every man is just fighting to pay their own rent, to look after their own family, that makes us weak, and it makes us easy to control.
Indeed. And I'm going to share my screen really quick. And then I know, Firewater, you wanted to say something, but if you can see this, Cole Schmidt-Necht lived with his chronic asthma, and his inhaler went from $66 to $539 because his insurance refused to cover it. So these are the kind of things that make people have a problem with the predatory end of capitalism. Not that there's anything wrong with, you know, at the end of the day, competition is always part of nature, in my opinion. So you'll have some of that, and people want to come up with ideas, and they want to market those ideas. Even if we didn't have money, we would do some variation of that behavior. But this really ridiculous machination and mass production type of system where you're just, pillaging basically, and you're not taking into account the value of human life. That's what we're talking about. And the same thing to me with downsizing your possessions, like, that you will own nothing and be happy. That's not something I want to see. Like in Hong Kong, you have something called the cage people, where they pay to lock themselves in a cage with their possessions all around them. They don't own that much, but they don't have very much space to put it in. And so, you do need things to do things. Like, let's say you wanted to knit. You need yarn. You might need animals to make your own yarn, and you need land, and you need a home to sit in, and you need a place to be warm. So people need things to be comfortable and happy. And if they were able to go out and just take from the land what they would take with their own labor, and do something with it, everybody could create something for themselves, but because of the system in place and the way to acquire things and people that have a unfair advantage in acquiring too many things, those are the things that make it unfair, not just the idea of having some things. You know what I mean?
It's very funny because I live in the UK and I know a lot about Americans. We're heavily influenced about what's going on in America, and people believe that if they can just vote for the right councilman or just vote for the right party to be in government, that they don't realize that the problem isn't at the top, it's all the way at the bottom. It's the way that we've organized society. And in effect, the way that society is organized today is absolutely no different from the way it was organized 2000 years ago. Yes, we've got a concept of human rights. Yes, we've got the concept that slavery, you can't own another person. We've got some basic concepts, but the entire way that life is structured, that we don't share with each other, and we're encouraged not to share with each other.
Hmm.
And we've got a group of elites that literally steal from us because like I was saying on the program the other day, there are people in Norway that pay 60% taxes, but their children will literally be born into debt. They're giving away vast amounts of money to create a society, yet their children will end up with more debt than they had. eh? The system is broken. eh?
It is
you
indeed.
know
And Firewater, what were you going to say earlier?
I was going to say that I know that a lot of people accumulate a lot of stuff. And I've noticed this when I was growing up, I didn't have many toys. My husband didn't have many toys. What toys we had was hand-me-downs and they was broken, whatever. And we still played with them, or we played with sticks and dirts and rock and stuff like that because we was both raised up poor in the country in the middle of nowhere. But once we had a child ourselves, we went overboard because we wanted to give her everything we didn't have and didn't realize that what we did, she would have been happy with the most simplest thing. But we was trying to feel something inside of us as a child, our inner child, as they say, trying to fill that void. And that's why some families where I live, they have just too much stuff, especially toys.
Mhm.
Is because what we was raised on, we had like stick puppets and rock. We had a rock that was our pet. It's
But aren't
sad.
those some of your favorite memories though? Because I remember, like, and it's weird too because I remember my parents buying me things like robotic toys and electronic stuff. But my favorite toys were literally Legos, things you could those wooden like sticks that you build stuff out of. Where I just
Mhm.
loved those because they were made out of wood. I actually preferred them to the plastic, probably for obvious reasons. And anything handmade, I even back then thought it was so cool, or carved out of wood. And it's not till you get a little bit older and then you're in school and it's like you have to have a Care Bear with the Care Bear stamp on it or you're a loser.
Yeah.
That programming, you know what I mean? That's when it comes into play for me anyway.
Like some of my greatest memories of stuff that I had was this. It was probably 4 foot long stuffed animal horse that my dad took his whole paycheck to buy, and he worked at the sawmill. And I wanted it forever, and I was the youngest child, and he spent money on dirt bikes and splitting malls and parts for his vehicles because we needed that stuff. Dirt bikes was so we could travel to the garden. 4 wheelers was to travel to the garden to get our food and come back without using vehicles. Well, I asked for this horse for years, and he finally bought it for me, and it was only $40, and that was his whole paycheck for the week. But he got me that horse, and I loved. I didn't even care about I didn't even know the price. I didn't care nothing about it anyways. But I had that horse for almost 15 years,
Oh,
and
you made me think of something, but I'll let you finish and then I'll try to remember it.
I just wish that I would have been able to save it. But that poor thing was so wore out.
Yeah, that's what made me jarred my mind. I think it was William Morris, who was like a furniture textile maker. He made the most interesting statement. He said, I don't remember exactly how he said it, but he said, art is not that thing that's beautiful because it's really glittery and new and beautiful and shiny and you like it when you see it and it draws your eye. It's that thing that's tattered and hanging by a string and nobody in the world but you knows why you have it. That's art. And I thought, oh my God, that's so freaking brilliant. So you just picked up on that right there with your story.
That reminded me of a story of my sister. When my sister finally found out that Santa Claus wasn't a thing, she cried because she realized that for the last part of the year she acted like a little prima donna, uh, and demanded of Father Christmas, and Father Christmas somehow magically managed to just pull it all together, that the one thing that you wanted. And when she found out that it wasn't some magnanimous grandfather from the Antarctic, she literally cried, and I'll never forget it. So I think that Christmas is terrible because of that lie that we tell our kids, you know, and we just played straight into the corporate, you know, we got duped.
It's
So
sad too
that's
because, yeah,
the
go
thing
ahead,
with
Carl.
me is my child never believed in Santa Claus from the very beginning. She said, "Santa Claus ain't real. I know who gets my stuff," and I
Same.
was like,
I
"Okay."
never believed it. Yeah, I never believed it, but that's one of the saddest things to me is Christmas because once you start to see it as exploitation, it's way less fun. As a child, you just think of it as this super fun time when people are trying to make each other happy. But then when the burden is on you to do the work and the preparing and the making everybody happy, you're not just the recipient of all the fun. It's a very different experience.
Mm.
And I think people want to give their kids that same experience if they had good experiences as at Christmas. But I think a lot of people also had a lot of trauma about Christmas because it's like, that's when people get really depressed and they start fighting because they feel like they can't do well enough for their family. I remember being at the mall one time seeing these people had these really cute kids in strollers and they were just having this battle about buying something or not buying it. I remember, and I was thinking, you're in this beautiful place with your adorable kids and you're fighting all just because of money. And it's just such a
Mhm.
waste of your time together. You know what I mean? And the kids are
Mhm.
looking up, watching you fight, and they don't understand what's going on. And if you could just enjoy the moment and, even if you were just going to put together a semi okay dinner and buy a few gifts, and they're so little they won't know the difference, that would be okay. We don't have to have, but people are always comparing themselves to other people and making themselves really unhappy. And of course, the media encourages that because that gets you into the stores.
Yeah, I
But
definitely agree because my kid, well, she's 9 now, so it's different. How when I was 9 years old, I wanted a Barbie or a little toy horse, but now they're like, "Give me some money and take me to the store."
when when
And
when when I was old enough to find out the true meaning of Christmas, because it's a Nordic tradition, Christmas. Before Coca-Cola got hold of it and made, the guy in the red and white suit. Basically, winters were tough. So the people engineered a way so that they could gather in the harshest time of the year. And somebody might have some stored berries, someone else might have some stored cabbage, and they would all get together and they would make a party. They would make a feast. They would cheer up each other's spirits. They would eat together, sing together, and it meant something. It was that time because there might be a family that was quietly suffering, and that gave them the opportunity to get a good feed up, and it created community, and it made you stronger.
I
Uh,
never thought about that, but that is a logical genesis. That's how it would have started. It seems so logical. I never even thought about how it would have started, but it seems logical.
Nice to see you, Joe. I saw
Nice to see you guys too.
some interesting police stories this week, but was there anything particular you wanted to add to this conversation?
I haven't been listening. I'm a bad kid. I was just finished my chores and was looking for a panel and was thrilled to see you guys. Extra thrilled because you guys don't open it up to the guys, but I got to, listen and pay attention. I haven't heard a thing y'all said. Except my
Oh,
man just said about Christmas. I thought it was dope.
yeah. We have been kind of pivoting all over the place. We talked about weather modification, got a little heated on that one. Talked about Ariana Grande and Perez Hilton and all of these.
What did I hear about Perez? Somebody was talking about it in the chat. They was like, "Are they talking about Paris or Perez?" He had blood on him, they said in chat, but I never saw the story.
Yeah, he self-harmed on a live stream, and it was very bizarre. The
Oh,
one
was
weird.
it really? If you saw it, was it? You think it was clicks and views, or was it a serious?
No, he's really in the hospital. I didn't see it, but one thing that's odd is he mentioned that guy named Joe. What was his name? The one that's preserving all the books. I don't know if you've heard of this fellow, but Joe Fells, is that his last name?
F.
Blah, blah, blah,
Joe Fells,
blah.
ELZ.
Yep, he's preserving all the books of antiquity, including really old versions of the Bible and stuff. And he died, and they don't know yet how he died. But Perez was mentioning this in one of his social media posts right before he did this
That
very
is
stuff.
interesting, right?
Very,
That would
very
tell me
weird.
that he was at least reading. Well, I'm just guessing here. Reading, studying, uh, something spiritual, and maybe came to or thought he came to some type of new awakening. That would be my first thought. That interests me already.
Breaking his programming, maybe.
Yeah, that type of stuff. Yes, and to the
Genre.
point where it was scary and unhealthy. Even everybody got to break their programming, but I don't want to see it done like that.
And then we
And
had, oh, go ahead.
and if I, yeah, and it would be particularly nasty for him when he wakes up because he'd have to consider all the contributions he's made to the other team. It would be a startling, shocking thing. He may blame others, lash out, and may harm himself. Wish I knew the guy so I could just see if I'm right because I'm quizzical like that.
Indeed. And,
Patrick,
oh, go ahead.
Patrick,
I saw in the chat that the Christians created Yule. I think people forget that we're
What's your?
No, he
Northern
actually said ruined.
Europeans.
He said ruined Yule. He said Christianity ruined
Oh,
Yule.
ruined it. Yeah, we're Northern
What's Yule?
Europeans.
What's the difference? Yule, right? I've heard
Yule
Yule
is a
tide.
pagan
I never.
tradition. Yeah, a pagan
Okay.
tradition. You have the Yule log, and a lot of these things we've lost their meaning. But like the wreath has a meaning about the circle of life, and there's some meaning about like placenta. To be
A
honest, with like
Yule is a log. A Yule log.
a Yule
Yeah.
log, the red ribbons.
Patrick,
Yeah. There's lots of traditions. Hogmanay, and there's lots of Northern European traditions that
Let's
were
let Crystal
before.
jump. Let's let Crystal jump in real quick. Crystal, what were you trying to say? You there, Crystal?
Yeah, I was trying to say, Patrick, I do admire your positive attitude about our world and the universal architect and things like that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd like to share some because in a way, apart from I had a little bit of a dodgy start, but in a way, it served me well, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And I have no lasting physical scars from that. And I would just kind of like to share that with everybody because I actually do feel blessed, you know.
Yeah.
I as a kid I had really cool parents. They let me be who I wanted to be, you know. They treated me like a human being. I was lucky enough to travel, see a little bit of the world because I think that that's so important.
Agreed.
If you realize that the guy 1,000 miles is literally suffering from the same problems that you are, you know, it kind of it brings it all
Makes the
into
world tighter and
yeah,
brings it closer together. Yeah.
yeah, and it makes you realize that most of the problems that humans face today are caused by humans.
We
You know,
agree. I agree anyway. Yeah. even all of the, because believe there are a bunch of unseen connections, even those that we blame on God or whatever, or karma, all the babies dying and all of that stuff. I believe that all of that negative energy that we put out there, these are the results of it. I'm not calling. I've said negative, but I don't mean to call it negative. Or maybe I should have said unhealthy, or whatever our metrics are these days. But all of these, what we call negative things, I think are results of our actions, unified in a unified way. That this is how they result. But this would you'd have to believe in a lot of unseen connections to have that belief.
So, Joe, I saw some pretty scary police stuff. I saw police over a $10 ticket. This was on X. They tased a guy and it caused a fire, like they electrocuted and he
I
was
saw that
laying there burning.
crazy.
And then he says, I'm burnt. And he kind of acts like, oh, yeah, sorry, but still get on the ground and let me just, you know. And then this lady's yelling, you need to put that fire out over there. I mean, it's like anything over a ticket. And then another one was a guy who had a pocket knife clipped into his pants who was at a traffic stop.
Yeah.
And they just threw the dog in the window at him and were breaking both windows out. And it's just insanity. It's just pure, pure insanity.
I got a carpet cutter. The little tiny razor blade, a little trapezoidal razor blade. It's about an inch, and you get your little pocket knife and you put the blade in there, and that's how, I don't know, men cut shit as opposed to having big knives. Everybody carries a knife. I carry a little razor. Anyway, I went to the park, a public park, famous downtown, with the big bean, the reflective bean, and all of that. Millennium Park is what it's called. And they got it blocked off now, and made me, well, they told me I couldn't come. I just pulled a little dinky razor blade out. It probably only cost 2 pennies, and threw it away, and they let me go into the park. But I thought that was bizarre. I've been going there all my freaking life, and now they got search, and it wasn't metal detectors. They asked, "Do you have any weapons?" I voluntarily, yeah, just this little razor blade. They tell me you can't come in there. And my man was like, if he'd have just walked by, well, now we know he can't come in.
Yeah, you know, there's some stuff being implemented in American hospitals because of my profession that I know about that maybe some people don't. It's pretty scary. They already kind of have it where it's a no weapon zone a lot of the time, but now they're going to start using this as an excuse to search. So they're going to have metal detectors, a search, and then they can lock people up in their room and say that it's for, if there's an active shooter or if they just say that something's unsafe, they can actually lock from, and so on the inside you can't get out.
And just
That's kind of terrifying. Yeah, if you think about it, how that could be used wrongly. And earlier when you weren't here, we were talking about the kill switches on the cars. I don't know if you're aware of that. There's a
yes, all of them cars are supposed to have
Yep.
kill switches
Yes.
very soon, within a few years.
But this new act goes a little further than that. Which one was that? It's called something. But it's woven into this other, group of laws. Here it is, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. Imagine you wouldn't look for that thinking, oh, they're going to remotely control my car. But
Yeah.
yeah, law enforcement will have remote access potentially, and inside the car is eye tracking and infrared cams and steering
Yes,
wheel
I'm
control.
not sure. Potentially, the way it's read is that you must allow the eye tracking, so and so. That's going to be mandatory, and
Okay.
mandatory ability to cut your shit off.
Yeah.
Some people are already. I don't know if this is in here in a state here where it's mandatory with the eye tracking, or a different country or something, whoever kicked it off, and people are already covering it, the eye tracking up with tape. They got in trouble for it, and they have a fix on TikTok. They're using little like doll heads, and you put it right up to the mirror, and now you can drive without it tracking your eyes. So it's getting
Oh,
so crazy. People are putting doll faces up against their rearview mirrors, so that people ain't watching them and keeping track of them.
is it not like, to me, it seems like the same thing that happened back in the early 2000s? Like I refused to get a cell phone thinking I was going to stay Luddite, and then
Did you
that,
go out or did I go out? Can y'all
I
hear
don't
her? Or
know.
was that me?
Can you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'll be back. I can't hear anyone.
Okay. I think I'm still here. Can you hear me, Specman?
Yeah, it's extremely funny how, and I mean, it's something that we're doing collectively, because they've got this new thing now, the Karen, you know,
Hmm.
and we're doing it to ourselves. We're literally like saying, I would prefer that everybody, apart from me, of course, not me, but everybody else, should just go to their place of work and then go home and then do absolutely nothing else, because they might do something to offend me, upset me, or and we're imposing this world where none of us have any freedom, and people act like it's
Very
big
good.
government. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. You're right. It's our fears that allowed them to institute all this shit. It's us. Very good. Very good. I got to keep that point in mind.
But I know you, Joe Cool, because you actually get out there and you confront,
I
like
do,
your
and I need
local,
these arguments. You just gave me a
yeah,
couple.
you confront your local cop and you're like,
Uh,
what are you doing here? It's like your job is serve and protect,
yeah. Who
not
are you
harass
serving?
and annoy.
Who are you protecting? We ask that all the time when you fight. They find themselves pushing for ID over nonsense or blocking your camera with a flashlight. We always do that. Officer, who are you protecting right now? What are you doing to try and snatch them back
Speaking
to
of which,
reality?
there was a young man, Rocky Shepard is writing the flock off about the flock cams. I don't know if you heard about him. His name's Wesley Jackson, and he took out a bunch of flock cameras. And the neighbors all stood up for him, and they were like,
Very
"Nope, he was
good.
busy helping my cat. Nope, he was
Very good.
all,
No, I didn't
all
know
done
that
one night."
story.
Yep.
It's been going around. Everybody been dropping them flock cameras. They even got videos on how to do it. You
I love it.
mask yourself. You come from the back. You can use this type of sawzall, and people are leaving it out to make a statement. They got videos about this, and I didn't know anyone got caught. I'm so glad he got support. And since you brought him up, you guys realize that they now are being used with Bluetooth. So that not only are they reading your plate, they grab your Bluetooth as you go by, and they can track you to the next camera through your Bluetooth. They're tracking your every movement now through Flock and your
Wow.
Bluetooth.
I already knew in
It's-
the past that the phone, even if you have it turned off, it's still
yeah,
can be doing things,
I saw
and
the
you look
CIA
at it
guy
and
or the
turn.
FBI guy was like, it doesn't matter to us if you cut it on or off. He was like, that's in the movies. That doesn't matter to us.
Yep. And Specman said he'll be back in 5. But hey, Chickpea, are you still around?
Wait, yes, I'm just shopping.
I'm
I
shopping.
I wonder what experiences have you had with the police, Chickpea? I don't know if I've ever heard you and Joe talking about that.
I think she digs the cops. If I don't want to, but
What?
if my memory is right, she's thought the cops were pretty cool.
I used to really love the British police, but they've gone downhill terribly the past 20 years.
Okay,
They used to be really nice, noble guys,
I dig it.
proper guys, proper men.
Yes,
Now they've got all sorts of silly little women and men with Tourette's syndrome and half
I
half
need
the fingers
ID
frosty, and yeah, it's all gone downhill.
and that
Yeah.
y'all got something called I think it's the terrorism act, which the police abuse really bad over there. I only know because of the videos. The guy be out here filming outside a police station or something. They'll be like, you're absolutely right. You have every right to be out here. Can I see your ID? No, sir. Section so and so says I don't have to identify. I'm just out here filming. Well, now we're suspicion under the Terrorism Act. We're going to search you and we get to ID you. They just throw it out there like to subvert child rights. It's horrible the way they use it.
Yes, this country's really gone downhill compared
I
to,
just want to see a video of your police since you described them as people with Tourette's and little
oh,
bitty silly
unbelievable.
women. Like that would be hilarious.
Unbelievable. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe I'm being a bit sexist, but in my mind, a police person should be big enough to overpower the vast majority of humanity, in my opinion. And a little woman can't do that. It's sad, grim, brutal reality.
But it's true. I've seen 2 and 3 women trying to fight a dude and bring him down. It's just not possible. Matter of fact, I got a video up of that. An old man and a woman, and then a younger guy. He just happened to be married to the woman. I didn't find that out till after I made the video. He came in there and it was my friend who they were trying to bring down in the courtroom. He came in there and just slammed him. But he's little. My guy's little, and he's a wounded vet on a cane, and they could not bring him down.
Yeah,
It was 2 women and a
I agree.
dude
It's
and an old
stupid.
man.
In my mind, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I saw a
Same with-
video of the same
Oh,
thing, like 3 ladies. There was a guy that was abusing his dog, and she waited too long to start really trying to get control of him and to call for help. But it was just this one little bitty lady
Yeah.
with a ponytail wrestling this giant dude, and then the other lady comes, and they're both like, and
It's
it's
a
then,
nonsense.
and then the men come, and then like in 2 seconds later they've got him subdued. But
Right, right. I've seen
You
that
know what else
too.
we got in this country? Little tiny firefighters. Now, in my mind, a firefighter, if he, should be able to lift a 15-stone person, a woman can't do that. And it's like the hospital porters. Yeah, I know I'm being sexist, but it's
No. That was a
it's just
good one. I
reality.
was in my head. I was thinking, but women have to pass the test. They can do everything a man do. But
no,
you're
they've
right.
lowered the
Most
test.
women,
They've lowered the test.
yeah, they would have had to, because men had to drag a body 30 yards or something, and
Yeah,
women
they've
would
lowered
not be
the
doing
ceiling.
that. Yeah,
And
That's
they
why
don't. Can I tell you, I've been in the armed forces, and I can assure you the tests we went were totally different to what the men had.
I'm sure.
This was years ago
That's
already.
why a meritocracy would never have, you don't have a quota of, well, we have to get a woman in here even if she
Right.
can't do it, or we have to get
Right.
any kind
That's
of
not
quota.
logical. You could though, however, like there are many places in the military, perhaps I'm being sexist now,
Yeah.
where a woman could fit. Sun Tzu believed in that. He was like, hey, in a war, we even have room for the cowards. He accepted
Oh yeah.
everyone,
Yeah,
and
but
not
the
calling a
war's
woman a
different.
coward, but she could
No,
push
not even.
buttons somewhere.
The
She could fly
war.
a drone and blow motherfuckers up. She could
Yeah,
still do some
There's all
things. Yeah.
kinds
a
of
woman
stuff.
can pull a trigger on a gun.
Right.
So yes, in a
Right.
war it doesn't matter. But when in peace, I just think it's a nonsense. I'm very sexist. Yes.
Women make great detectives. That's the thing. It's like, like, why wouldn't you put women into the detective role if they're skilled that way? And instead of
They
having them
are.
out
You
there
folks. I'm sorry. You
out there on
guys
the
are
instead of
inquisitive.
having them out there on the field, like trying to
You
apprehend.
also, I don't know how you would use this, but fucking studies proved, and I wouldn't believe this is true unless I saw it recreated, that you guys have better spatial awareness. The test that they used was fitting, 50 things into a trunk. The guys couldn't do one. Every woman pulled it off the first time. The guys couldn't do one. Dude could not fit
Yeah,
all
we're
the items.
different.
Every woman could. That like, is this real? What the fuck?
Men and women are different. So
But I do think we're getting to a point where all of those things are becoming irrelevant, because they did a study that I'm not as strong as my grandfather, and he wasn't as strong as his grandfather.
Ah.
And eventually, all of us are going to be too fat and lazy to actually do a fireman's job. So we're going to have to rely on machinery anyway. So a woman can use a machine just as well as any
Not
man. So we might as well keep
not
them in
a
all professions.
not a horrible point if you think about it. The standards when I was a kid and recess, we talked. They complained about how our shit was lowered, but we had to like climb ropes, do push ups, hang from a bar, chin ups, run. And now it's even lower. And they were talking about how low our standards were. And the guys before us, they were showing the average guy could do 40 chin ups and the student could do 40. So, yes, we are atrophying in that sense.
And we have somebody here. I'm going to put the newcomer thingy up because Have you guys heard of a person called Disobey?
no, I
Uh,
haven't.
I'm going to give him a chance.
I
So
gotta say, I like his handle there.
welcome, Disobey. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you, folks?
He's one of
Is that
yours.
Crazy Guru?
What? Pardon?
No,
Okay,
not
I guess not.
crazy.
You
Where
had a
you
little bit
from,
of a Welsh thing
Disobey?
going on. Yeah.
No, I spoke to chickpeas, I think, a few times.
Where's the accent from? One of y'all should know. I don't know.
From County Donegal in Ireland.
Okay.
Okay.
My grandmother was born in Letterkenny.
Letterkenny. My auntie lives in Letterkenny. My sister lives just outside.
Wow. Do you know the hotel in Letterkenny?
Which one?
There's two of them. The O'Brien one.
O'Brien one?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like he knows
No, I don't know the O'Brien one. No McGettigans.
it. I like the accent. I'm just laughing at the accent. I think it's great.
Because
Don't know the O'Brien
all
one.
of my grandmother, she was the only one that moved to the UK, so I got a lot of family in Donegal.
Good, man. Well, I'm originally from Fanet. Do you know what Fanet is?
Find it.
It's
Do you
really
know?
funny. I've been to so many places in Europe, but because Donegal is towards the north, I've never wanted to go.
Well, hang on a minute. Your mother was born in Fanet. What? Hang on a minute. Who's from Letterkenny? Your mother or something?
My grandmother was born in Letterkenny.
Your grandmother was born in Letterkenny. So your grandmother moved to England, right?
Yeah, when she was 15, but she's been gone for that would have been almost 100 years ago that she was born in Letterkenny.
Oh. And what was her surname?
O'Brien.
O'Brien.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I get you now. Yeah. O'Brien, yeah. Oh, nice one, man.
It's located in the county Donegal in the northwest of Ireland.
Donegal.
I was looking up Letterkenny, and it's spelled like it sounds. In fact, it's the largest town in
Yeah.
Donegal or Donegal, whatever you say.
My grandmother always used to tell stories about how her cousins they would take sheep and go over the border to the British part, and then bring the sheep back in to do a tax fiddle.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
well,
and
Letterkenny up to the border. See, Donegal, the border with Tyrone and Derry. But Letterkenny would be about, you're talking maybe 25 miles from the border. That's a long fucking walk. You know what I mean?
I'm going to this is funny to me when you talk about
when
Europe.
when
I'm going
when
to
when my
Colorado.
grandmother was a youngster, they went like once every 3 months to the big shops, and the whole family had to go because the kids had to carry stuff. There's no point in having kids if they can't carry
Ah,
stuff.
yes.
So yeah, the whole family used to have to walk to the big town. uh, because 100 years ago, Letterkenny was tiny. Still isn't very big.
They say it has the
There,
longest main street in
there used to be a
Ireland.
train station in Letterkenny, between Letterkenny and Derry, Strabane and Derry up that way, you know. Anyway, sorry, I'm going ahead there. Sorry, button in there.
I'm going to Colorado this weekend, and it's I don't know 16-hour drive, which is I don't know over 1,000 miles, which is interesting to me when y'all be like 4 hours. Who would drive 4 hours? Like you probably cross 3 countries in 4 hours. And it's just, I'm driving 16 to see a friend. It's wild the difference in the size. When y'all say little, it's different than when we say little. And big to us, like Texas is probably
In the UK, if you drive 1,000 miles, you'll end up in another country or in the sea.
right. And you could
Before
drive
we
for
got to me,
24 and not reach coast to coast here. You could drive all day and night and you still wouldn't cross the country. You cross the country.
And we have
do,
every
do,
kind of
do, do,
climate.
do you know what I thought? I've been in the USA. You know what blew me fucking apart, right?
Mm.
How big the USA is.
Yeah.
Our country, Ireland, right?
Yeah.
You can fit Ireland 8 times into the state of Texas.
Right?
I'm going, fucking hell, man. Just one fucking state in the USA.
Yes. I
And
drive.
Texas is not even the biggest state in America.
I
You
got
can fit Ireland, I
friends
think,
in
about
Texas.
15 times into fucking Alaska.
I
The
drive three,
country
four
is
hours just
huge
to
and
see a.
beautiful. The
I could
USA
drive
is
three, four
beautiful.
hours in Texas to
Absolutely
see a
beautiful
friend,
place.
and I'm still in the same state. I haven't even left. That's just going to see a
It's
friend. Then you drive another
fucking,
3 hours somewhere else. You're all in the same state.
yeah, yeah. And the people say over here, like in Europe, compared to you guys, I mean, fuck me, the size of the place is beautiful. You got everything. You got beaches, forests, fucking deserts.
Come to
It's
downtown
You
Chicago.
you
God,
you you got
Women
God,
are
God.
snow in the mountains
gorgeous.
and palms on the beaches.
They
You
got
Americans have got the land of plenty.
You could go to the beach in the morning and swim and go ski at night and not leave California. You could be in the same state and ski and go to the beach in your bikini the same day. The weather changes that
it's
drastic.
it's just a pity you've got fucking dickheads who took over your fucking country like
We agree.
politicians, you
We
know.
agree. These evil
Sorry,
folks. Not only
sorry,
that,
I
they
should I
poisoned
don't
the
want to
mind
bring
of
you
my
down.
people. My people hate anyone from another country now because our political leaders have said everyone's trying to invade us because we have all this great shit. And now it used to be great. Now Americans go abroad and they be like, motherfuckers can't stand us anymore. It used to be so great to travel. Now people think America sucks and it's just changed. And I understand why we hate all foreigners, immigrants. Doesn't matter who you are. It's
Hate
fucking
them
weird.
goddamn fucking Russians. Oh, let me tell you something. I'm sorry, I keep butting in, right? Did you know you can fit the USA twice into fucking Russia?
No, I did not know that. I'm sure
One
you could
But
thing
there
probably.
you go.
One thing that's funny, you being from Ireland, I have some Irish ancestry and Ulster Scot, and I used to think about the climate. I would think, how did these people go to Texas and not be like, I'm getting the hell
I
out of here?
know where not die.
Yeah,
Because they
exactly.
get 95 degrees and they think, it's the most horrible shit that ever happened. In
Yes.
Phoenix, it's still triple digits in the AM. And 3 o'clock in the morning, it's still 105 degrees or something. Wait till the daytime when it's 117. It's
People
fucking
would
crazy.
people would move to Austin and they would be from the north and they would be like, I think I finally got to where I can handle it, so I'll be good now. And that was when the
Yes.
summer was just beginning. I'm like, well, I've got news for you. This is just May. Like we're having okay weather. It'll be like 120 heat index for like 4 months. And they were looking at me like, are you kidding me? You know. So yeah, you're not at that point where you know what you're really dealing with yet. And the cool down part would be upper 90s at night. It would never. I feel
Yeah.
like it never ever really got very cool for a
Yeah.
good chunk of time. So,
And over there in Europe and Japan and some places, those type of temperatures don't even exist.
right.
When you get into the 90s, you hear all the people dying and all the
I
tragedies. How can
know.
you even mess around in Phoenix or Texas?
I mean, the middle of Spain is very normal. 42, 43, middle of Spain, where nobody lives. Madrid can get very hot. It's
I,
always
I
been
always I always
so.
get confused
Uh,
in this because my dad talks in Celsius and I was taught in degrees. And whenever I hear it was 100, I'm like, oh my God, these people are cooking. That's the boiling point of water, 100 degrees.
that's Fahrenheit. That's Fahrenheit. See, the Americans they use Fahrenheit.
Yeah. So that 43, I just Googled it, that he's talking about is 109 degrees. So that's pretty
109. Yeah, yeah.
stiff.
Right.
That's very normal
I've
temperature.
done 43 Celsius in the south of Spain in Andalusia.
Well, I,
So
I, I I worked in North Africa outside in about 38, 40 degrees.
But Galicia in Spain has like the largest Celtic population in Europe. I've heard like it's almost all Celts. And I wonder how they ended up in that part of
But
Spain.
yeah, it's really funny because they say that the original Irish people that were living there minding their own business, and then a whole bunch of Celts just turned up out of nowhere,
Mhm.
and now they're kind of like the main genetic group of, but they're it's the same with the English, you know.
Mhm.
Uh, I've been learning recently. They found a body in, I think it was in like the 1800s, and they called it the Red Lady
Mhm.
because the guy that found the body presumed that she was probably a lady working as a prostitute for the local Roman village. But years later, they did some dating on it, and it turns out that this lady was a man, and that man was there approximately 40,000 years
Oh
ago.
my God, they weren't even
And
close.
those people that were living, they completely disappeared.
Interesting.
So,
Where was this?
in the UK.
That is
Where in the
interesting.
UK? Where in the UK?
No, that's
On
good to know.
the west coast of the. It's called the Red Lady. She is famous. He is famous. Uh, uh,
So
it,
crazy.
it's
Seems
funny
like I read
because
about that.
yeah, it's so funny because back in the old days, this guy obviously just made the entire story up. You know, he
Right.
saw a pile of bones and he's
Yeah.
like, okay, there's a
It's
Roman
made
village
this
there.
sells. Yeah, this
Yeah, there's
sells.
no history before the Romans ever bothered to turn up.
Yeah.
So what's she doing? Oh, she's hiding. So he made this entire story up.
He didn't
Yeah,
get
and
the
then
sex right. I'm assuming
he
that,
didn't even yeah, didn't even in Germany there was another one and I forget what she's called.
Ada
She's
or
called
something? Is that it?
she's like the deer antler lady. Eh? And anyway, so the Germans found it, and it just before the Second World War, and they were doing a whole thing about how Germans were Aryans and Aryans are better than everybody else. So basically, the guy dug her up and he go, yeah, yeah, this was a strong Aryan warrior, eh? And
right,
it
right.
was a lady. They literally just
Ah,
made that stuff up.
The
that's
woman,
great.
the woman they found, the ancient thing is Ada. That is the name. The female, it was a different species. It was Homo heidelbergensis, and it was in Bilzingsleben in Thuringia, Germany,
The red
400,000
lady we're talking about was a different
No, yeah, this is a different one. This is German because this is older than you know how they're always looking for, okay, we have the great apes and then we eventually
right.
have humans. So they had the African oldest, but then now they have another older one in Germany and there was one in Spain as well.
We
And then
got
I guess there's the red lady.
we got one here, the Macedonian sites, 300,000 years.
Wow.
So that's, there it's a recent discovery. I can't wait to see what shakes loose afterwards. But it could be a different humanoid. That's what I'm thinking. We know they existed, longer than that. So I'm not sure how we could tell. What they go by is that there were knife marks on the bones, which tells you about. At least they think they can know how old they are. That tells you what type of humans would have been out there. But I'm not sure that says a whole lot.
There's many people that would dispute a lot of the facts about that, but one of my favorite things being from the UK is I like telling British people like, why do you think you rule the world? North America has had a longer continuous habitation than we
Yeah.
have. Eh?
Yes.
It's 30,000 years for North America. They think it's even more for South
It would
America
be for
now,
South America.
right?
Yeah.
And the oldest British people are only like 10,000 years old because it wasn't a nice place to live
That's what a
because it was
Macedonian site
covered
is in
by
South
yeah,
America, by the way.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's
yeah, yeah.
Specman. This is 2026. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. Unfortunately, about history,
To a
Uh,
degree, right?
no, it's sad that
Let me add this
people
little
bring you down,
caveat.
man. People
When
do not want to know about
No, no,
history.
no. Let me add this. When people want to use it to further their bullshit, suddenly they would learn about history and use it. They don't have a sincere but interest in history, but people will use it to further whatever bullshit belief they have. Depending on what their belief is, suddenly everybody's a historian.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is to quote the great Bob Marley. Uh, it's like if you know where you come from, then you know what you're living for. It's like knowing where you come from, who you are. It's important. It's important. Like the fact that my grandmother came from Letterkenny. It's amazingly important to me.
That's
So
good.
I
If
don't
you
know.
hold anything to I've still got family in Letterkenny. My aunt still lives there. My
I
sister
don't
just
know
down the
where I
road.
come from.
You know,
Most black motherfuckers in America don't know where we come from. So, and we
and
just had that conversation the other day. Is it super important because our shit's just lost?
Yeah, don't you think that did
I
affect
think
people though? I think it did.
Spec. Tell me the
yes.
name of your grandmother, and I will ask my auntie. My auntie's
Hmm. Type it
82,
in the back. You ain't got to do no personal
and
shit. Type it in the
Yeah,
back
yeah,
chat.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
ask
Yeah,
her,
I'll type
and
it. I'll
then
type it in the back. I'll type it in
and
the back.
I'll ask her, does she know what was it, McBride? Did you know McBride who when moved? She might even know her, So
Oh no,
I'll
no,
do
they would definitely know my grandmother, and I still got family living in Letterkenny, 100%. And I'll put it in the background.
yeah, yeah, no problem. I'll do that for you, Spec. No problem.
That's wild.
But
You
yeah,
in Chicago, you couldn't meet some guy and be like, "Do you know so and so from Chicago?" I don't know. It's like almost 4 million people here. The odds would be almost zero. It's just crazy that you guys are confident. Oh yeah, they'll know my grandmother. Yeah.
maybe they do that. I mean, to me, McBride said, "All my family's from Donegal." My
That's how
mother's
only
from.
a few states are like that anymore in America because, like, I'm living in one now where it literally, if you have a certain surname, they'll be like, "Oh, do you know so and so and so and so and so?" So it's
Right.
Yeah,
very like it stayed the same
I
way for a
imagine
little.
that's mostly South. That hold mostly in the South.
This is
Where
in the north. I can't say where I am, but
okay,
when
yeah.
I was in the south though, I was in a major city, so it was like you say, you get lost in a sea of people and they have no clue. But
How in a I guess some places in the north, but I'm thinking in a just in the north period, it's been so intermingled in most places. Whatever neighborhood in any big city, if you grew up in a white neighborhood, it's been black, it's now Hispanic. Everything's changed so much in the north. The south, you may have motherfuckers who've been at generations in the mountains or somewhere.
true. Yeah, it depends on what part you're
this is
talking about. Like
understood.
Appalachia, I think that's
Today,
probably
I
stayed a
put
certain
it
way.
I put
Yeah.
it in the chat. I'm also very, very, very proud of my African ancestry. Obviously, because my grandfather was Dominican.
Okay.
He didn't know a whole lot about his ancestry, but he was always led to believe that they were from Guinea-Bissau,
Yeah.
which is the west coast of Africa. So
I'm
yeah,
1% North African, so I'm African too, I guess.
I have, as far as I know, I don't have any North African ancestry. So my mum's mum was Irish. My mum's dad was from Dominica by way of Guinea-Bissau. My mum's mum was Romani Gypsy, and my dad's dad was a Wolstenholme, so he was probably of very North English descent. There's still a place called Wolstenholme. In fact, for all you Americans, the very first British colony ever set up in North America was called Wolstenholme Town, which is my surname.
Interesting.
Now that I did not know.
Yeah. Hey, Rocky. Rocky just joined us, and you turned your cam off, but did you want to say hi?
Hello.
I think he stepped away for a moment. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are
Wait,
you
wait,
doing?
wait. The first okay, permanent colony was Jamestown. We're taught that in school. That's why I just looked that shit up.
It's the oldest surviving colony, but the first British colony was called Wolstenholme.
British? Was it a British colony, was it? Oh my lord.
Rocky, did you have something you wanted to share?
Those bastards.
I'm getting my earphones on. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay, Rod.
no problem. Yeah, it says Roanoke here, but you know, AI gets things wrong. So
Yeah, Roanoke. That's Virginia. Yeah.
that's what we have.
Wolstenholme Town's in West Virginia as well, but
Okay.
because it was destroyed,
Hmm.
the American history likes to forget it. So
I believe it.
yeah, they made themselves so unpopular that the locals wiped them off the face of the map, and I probably don't blame them. You know.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
had one of my ancestors who they went to Mankintown, which was mostly like people who were secretly Jewish, and so that's kind of funny. You know, you had Huguenots, and you had in our family I have some English and some French, and you know, different ancestry, but all of them have like a different weird story. Yeah, the Jews. But anyway, what'd you say? You're gonna have to go if you're saying certain things. But anyway. Point being, Mankintown was one of those first colonies where you kind of had this crypto-Jewish community. And if you have like North African ancestry, that can be, because I have Spain and North Africa, so, and traces of like different things. And then you learn that the way they do those populations, that's probably just Jewish. So it's weird how that works. But yeah.
Isn't it just super amazing that we're beginning to discover now that humans have been moving about a hell of a lot more than what we
I don't
previously.
think it's amazing. I think that would have been kept from us so that certain people could maintain their dominance all throughout history. We're the number one. You know, thank goodness for DNA and all these different sciences we have, where we now know that, like the mummies, the pharaohs and stuff, they had cocaine and high amounts of cocaine and nicotine, which means they were traveling or had trade routes with the Americas, you know, thousands of years ago. We know that, but people, usually those who write in the books, would rather say that we took America from the savages who were killing each other, and they deserved it, to make it look like they did a positive thing and shit.
Yeah, I'm super fascinated by the Olmecs, the Olmec people
Yeah.
from.
Oh, yeah.
I was just reading
Yeah.
about that the other day. Me too.
What about the other Jays, the Jesuits?
What about them, Rocky?
Well, I think the Jesuits created the other Jews, the Jays. I think they created that whole bullshit.
What do you mean?
All roads lead to Rome, I believe.
Oh, okay. I think
Yeah.
you might want to check out. I'm going to talk to Objective Ethics on. It'll be in September because he's pretty booked. We're going to talk about it, but we're going to talk about that very type of topic and kind of get into what is and isn't disinfo. And it would be interesting to have you not only watch us but come up and share. So, yeah.
I kind of think it all goes back to good old Akhenaten, you know.
What about him? What
Yeah,
about him?
Akhenaten was like, let's just have one God. Let's
Oh.
make things simple. And Egypt were like, you can't do that. If there's only one God, how is my God gonna get its taxes? Like,
That's
you
right.
can't just have one God.
He pulled it off for a short time, though. He pulled it off, and you're probably right. He showed people it was a thing. In fact, I don't remember which one was the first one who came up with the "We're gods now," but he had got old, and it used to be the pharaohs had to go out and war. But at some point, these folks got lazy and they was like, "We're gods." That was their excuse, so they didn't. They wanted the gods.
But
Somebody,
the Romans wanted to be gods as well. You know,
You don't believe
yeah.
in
If
the
you
Greek gods, that Zeus. You don't believe Zeus was a fallen angel that had took women and created like Hercules. You believe that's fake?
I haven't heard the story of Zeus.
He
That
he
part
did
of
he
Zeus.
did he did a really good Swan impression. Apparently,
Hey,
right,
hey,
Zeus would
hey,
sneak down
Joe,
to
The
Earth.
Greek gods, you think they're all fairy tales?
Joe,
They're
what's
all
the
fairy
cause of
tales.
Joe? What's the cause of all evil? Tax or
Tax.
fucking
I'll agree
I
with you there.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue because
tax
that
or
would
money? You know,
yeah
but
that would
you
be
know what's
yeah. What about it? Yeah, you're. I would agree. I
okay?
wouldn't argue on that.
Tax.
There is room for argument, but
Who,
yes,
who
taxing
keeps this
motherfuckers is the
crime
beginning
going?
of all that
Tax,
horrible shit.
tax,
It's just a
tax is
chess
the
game for
cause of
them.
all evil, not money. Tax.
Yeah, we agree.
Sorry for butting in Joe's right now.
No. I think we're in agreement, man. That's the opening the door for all. Let's just say all a ton of bad mistreatments for your fellow man. Uh, or you could say the love of money. It would lead you to tax motherfuckers and do the same shit. Either one would work for me.
I would argue that we've got to the same situation as it doesn't matter whether we have women soldiers and women firefighters. Technology has moved on so far, and without taxes, the world would destroy itself even faster than it is at the moment. I
Okay, I
believe.
gotta put that together. As opposed to in the past, without taxes, and now with technology
Yeah,
without taxes.
yeah.
What's the difference? What do you see? What's the main difference here? You must. I don't know where you're going. You must tax technology. I'm not sure where you was going with that.
We're coming closer and closer that a nation, unless it can share its resources and pool its
Yeah,
resources,
yeah.
it it can't achieve a lot of the things.
Oh, we agree. We can't continue down a route where you pay, 14 billion for one jet fighter or bomber, without significant
Is it?
taxes in the system the way it is. Yeah, it'd be tough.
I think it's fucking time. Stop talking about this shit. Start fucking doing it. You know what I mean?
I
We're going
don't
round
know
in
what you mean.
fucking. We're going round in circles. I mean, what Speckman was saying is 100% correct. But everybody fucking knows that nowadays. Good, right? Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Let's talk about 9/11. Oh, let's prove this, prove that. Well, you know what I mean. We know what's going on.
Right.
Let's get off our fucking.
Wait,
Do it
wait,
on
wait,
your
wait, wait.
do,
Let me.
do
I'm
it
gonna
on
stay
your
with you. Let me ask you
fucking
this.
own.
Let me
Sorry,
ask you
man.
this. I want to make sure that you're not doing the same thing you accuse other motherfuckers of. I agree. We know. Well, some of us, we know. Certainly, everybody on here, we know. So some of these things need not be discussed every day. We have enough knowledge where we need to get up and do something about it. What do you do about it? And I'm saying that you saying we need to get off our butt or whatever, however you phrase it, that helps nothing. That's just like complaining about it and talking about it. Did you have something specific?
What was the question, Joe?
uh, you say we all know and it's time to do something about it, but you didn't
You
No,
come with a
said
I'm
remedy. You came with a
you
no,
complaint.
said that if we could all just not pay taxes, then the world
no,
would
no,
improve.
no.
How do you believe
Joe
that
asked
that
me a
could improve the
question.
world?
Joe asked me a question. I will answer him. Joe,
Yeah.
I've been doing this about 30 years now.
Okay.
I live out in the forest. I've
Good.
been planting trees for fucking years.
Very good.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'm kind of a half freeman on the land,
Okay.
and I see what's going on.
So I think you're giving me your solution right now. Of some solutions, in fact,
No, I'm not giving
how
you
to
any solution.
separate. Well, you did willingly or not. These are the first steps. If you're gonna do something about it, the first thing you gotta do is
Yeah,
separate from
yeah,
it,
yeah.
and you were doing those steps.
Yes, I've done them steps,
Yeah.
but listen to the people fucking around me. Oh, you're just a drunk. You're always drunk. Yeah, I like a fucking
Yeah, they
drunk.
have right. They have right.
What? Right, right. I get over that. I get over that one, right? So I'm just sick of people trying to tell me. I'm doing it for
Hey,
years, you
Rocky.
know?
Hey, Rocky, what did you want to share?
And Rob, go ahead, man.
Hand
The
job.
king,
I'm
the
on a
king of
little
the
I'm all
phone.
saying
Don't
out
make
here,
me
but
look
thank
at that.
talk
What are you
about the
doing?
king of the north.
King of the North. Okay.
Okay, Game of Thrones. Go ahead. Hold on, Rocky gonna make me zoom in and get a
The king of
second
the
phone
north
and shit.
only works on a
Okay,
flat
I
earth.
see you, Rocky.
King of the
Oh,
north only
this is
works
gonna
on
be
a
a good
flat earth.
conversation. I don't know
Well,
what
if
the
you
King
don't,
of the North is, but
Joel, shut
nothing on
up.
a flat Earth works.
Hang on.
Fuck off.
Rocky, the King of the North. What about it?
okay, there's a place northwest. It's called the Bering Strait,
Hmm.
and
Okay.
there's a place that used to be called the Terra, which means the Terra, the Terra
Land.
Land.
land, and it used to be called Terra Jesus, the Terra of Jesus.
The
And
land.
it's a hidden island, and you go up the northwest to the Bering Strait, leads to the furthest part of the North Pole. You're not allowed to go past a certain part
It's not
of
hidden,
the
Rocky. If you're up here talking
North
about
Pole.
it,
You're not allowed to go
Hang
past.
on. Hang on.
They say
all
there's
Go
right.
ahead and finish.
there's
Okay.
nothing past this but water. So they hide Black Rock, which is Black Rock is what makes the compass
If
work.
you right, bro.
There's
Hang
a
on. Hang on.
magnetic black rock in the center, and you're not allowed to go there. But that's where the pit is also,
What's the pit?
and that's where Satan took Jesus.
That's what you're talking about.
That's where Satan took
Did
Jesus. And he saw,
Satan have a private jet?
No, don't fucking,
well,
you
they
know what I
are in
mean?
control of.
Rob,
They do have
fair
rockets. They
play,
do
man.
have
If you
rockets.
believe in that, brother. If
They
you
have
believe in that,
rockets.
fair
They
play.
have rockets.
So the
It's
naturally occurring magnetic black rocks are magnetite. So are you saying this place is full of magnetite?
maybe that's what he's saying.
Yeah. And so they can use magnetic forces, and they know they're so-called
turn that
flying
fucking light off
saucers.
the
They're
Bible.
Hold
so-called
on. Let me
flying.
let,
Let him
let
finish.
They're so-called flying saucers follow a magnetic thing, and they could just go to this magnetic course and. So this is old tech. This is old tech.
consider
They
get a little pushback, Rocky. A couple things that you said. You said it's a secret. If it's secret, Rocky doesn't probably get to know about it and speak about it on the internet. This poor secret, and no one can get there. Again, this is 2026. It's fucking social media. Everybody
Yeah,
has a
yeah,
camera. Everybody likes
yeah.
money. Where would be the videos of someone getting turned around from this Jesus
Okay.
island? We'd have to
All right.
overcome all these things to even start to consider what you're
Okay.
talking about.
Listen. It's like Jesus is the king of the north, and it's during Satan's little season that
You gotta
he's
disregard
somewhere we
whatever I
don't know
said.
where he's at right
You
now.
just continue.
During Satan's little season, we don't know where he's at right now, but all the evidence points to the North Pole. And
Are you gonna address what I said, Rocky? I wonder how you get to know the secret,
okay,
and it's a
the
secret. And the second thing was, where are the videos of people
we're
being
using
turned
old
away?
maps. We're using old maps that from the like pre 1700s, where it shows a place called Tartaria. It's in the northwest, and it's
Wow.
called the Bering Strait. The Bering
Right.
Strait, the Strait Gate, the Bering Strait. So it's north, and so it's hard to
Okay,
get
you're using
there.
old maps. That's the first part. What about the second part? Where are all the videos of people being turned around? You say they won't let you go.
Okay, it's like it's where the kingdom of heaven is
Please
right
address
now.
what I said.
Jesus is protecting it with some kind of force.
Is that why they
Yeah.
won't let them build the bridge over the Bering Straits to connect Russia to America?
Yeah,
He
something
said
like
yes.
that.
He said
Yeah,
Damn, yeah, I'm good.
something like
Airbag
that.
warning, dude.
It's a secret area that they don't want to like be international.
And
It's
your
like
proof is an old
it's
map
where
where
the it's
shit
where
was
the
way
it's where
less
the
reliable.
it's the
This is the
Bering
proof that you
Strait.
got all
It's
this
where
off
the
of.
east meets the west. It's the Bering Strait, and it goes to the top of the dome. Like imagine my head is the top of the fucking North Pole,
Have you
and
seen
it's
some of
right in
those
the
old
it's
maps,
right in the
Rocky, where
middle,
they get shit way
right
wrong? They
in the
leave
middle.
off
And
shit like
so, if you
Australia.
have a magnetic mountain in the middle on a flat Earth,
You
it
said
creates
that,
a
Rocky.
magnetic force in a circle,
Can,
and those
Rocky,
circles are like
can,
they
so.
can
If
follow them.
the
Yeah.
middle controls all the circles.
When y'all wrap this up, I want to say something about the King of the North thing, because the book of Daniel, Daniel 11, and I've talked about Daniel 11 elsewhere in other places, but like when you get into Hebrew, the King of the North is a political military figure in the apocalyptic prophetic writing, right? So you had your Seleucid rulers like Antiochus IV, and you had symbolic imperial powers, but Jesus was not the King of the North. He was the King of Kings. He was the day star, morning star, and all that kind of stuff. But where are you getting King of the North for him in the Bible?
Well, the North Star is the center above the dome, and it
Okay.
says he looks down, he looks down, he looks down upon us, and we are like grasshoppers. So there's a dome
Therefore, he's the
above
king of
us,
the north.
and he's the North Star, and
Okay.
all the Egyptians used to worship the North Star. It's
Well,
where they
yeah.
set their
And how is having full knowledge of this tiny island going to help mankind get through the challenges that are to come in the next 100 years?
Okay, well, if you know there's a dome, then you know that space aliens are fake. There's no such thing. You can't go. So that would get rid of the whole problem of everybody. What are aliens? Oh, are they from? Where are they
You got a
from?
picture of this dome, Rocky? No, I didn't think so.
Well, listen. It's called biblical cosmology. The
It's
Bible says
2026, man. We got
there's a
microscopes,
firmament.
telescopes,
Says there's a firmament.
iPhones.
Says the earth does not move, and there's a firmament which is shaped like a brass, and so it's like separates the water from above, so it's shiny. So when you have the sun inside, you get a rainbow which follows the reflection of the dome. You can't get that kind of a rainbow unless you have a ceiling.
I'm the guy that wrote a crazy book
So this was the
and
symbol
put it
of
online, but
this is the Egyptian symbol of the earth. It's two hands over.
Stop
Like
it. I'm
no,
not,
no,
I'm not,
no,
Now,
I'm not
Rocky,
disagreeing with you.
Rocky,
No,
let's
I'm not
let Spec
disagreeing
Man
with
and
you.
some other folks weigh in real quick.
No,
So
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what's the meaning of life for you?
Oh, Disobey is who's talking. Okay. So what's the meaning of life for you? Disobey asks.
Who's he asking that?
You.
Thank you.
Listen. If you don't know where the fuck you live, it's important.
I know where I
If you
fucking
think
live.
you're living on a spinning fucking ball going through space at 666 million miles an hour, and you're turning and you're not, I think that's pretty fucking important, don't you?
It seems unbelievable. It's not an argument, Rocky. It seems unbelievable that you're talking on an iPhone right now,
Okay.
but you're doing it. It's
No, look at
crazy
man.
talk that you can see a picture of a guy
The
on the other side of
Egyptians,
the world.
Emily,
Who would
the
believe such
Egyptians.
nonsense? Do you
Hang
see the
on.
logic,
was
Rocky? Rocky, allow me to
okay.
talk the way I'll let you talk. And address what I'm saying. Don't just continue on with what you're saying. It's rude. I'd like to address some of these shit you're saying, and you just pile more stuff on top of it. Well, you go ahead. But in the future, please listen to what I say, right?
And Rocky, another thing I'd like to just throw in the middle real quick is that it was funny because I had written this down earlier today about Jay Bhattacharya. I can't remember what that was in relationship to, but he said, if we don't have free speech, you can't have science. So like this attitude of fuck the flat earthers or F the globers, either group of people talking that way, what is the point to that? I mean, either you're going to prove up what you're saying or you're not. So we
And
have to
that's
have free
all I'm
speech.
trying to get is a little proof here, Rocky. And you're not acknowledging anything I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, Emily,
I got a
didn't agree.
P900. I got a
I didn't
P900.
disagree what he was
It's
saying.
it's sold on the
That's the
market.
question.
Everybody has. A lot of
No,
people have
that's fine.
it.
That's okay. I
P900.
understand.
I took it to the ocean, and I filmed a ship, and you couldn't
Yeah.
see it.
I bet you
with-
can't show me that video.
You couldn't see it. Oh.
The strange thing about that
Yeah.
is it was asked what's the meaning
You know,
of life.
that's true.
And
I've had a
Jesus,
lot of computers since
Jesus
then.
apparently
Yeah, you
has
can't show it. Everybody has a P900 and they go out in the water and try and do what you're saying. Not a video has surfaced yet that does what you're talking about. I
You know
doubt
what?
that you have it. You'd have been flexed it because you're a flat earther.
I have a.
This is why the
I
world's
have
fucked
a
up.
what they call. I have what they
This is
call.
entertainment. This beats
I
watching
have
hip
what they
hop's
call a
hop wires
sundial.
TV, man.
I have a sundial in my backyard. A sundial that divides the day into 12 hours.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
day.
Somebody asked a question on the meaning of life, and the late, great, famous Jesus Christ said, "Know thyself." That's a good meaning for life, isn't it?
Well, know
It
thyself.
is. I think there's more.
How can you know yourself?
It
if
have
you
to
don't
be.
even know where
For
you
fuck's
live,
sake, know thyself.
your environment.
Actually,
You know-
Rocky, wait, let's hear it. Disobey. You're kind of the lower volume here. What were you trying to say?
I forgot now.
Sorry.
The meaning of life is what you were commenting on, and he said that
Yeah.
to know
Sorry,
thyself. I would also say that that could only be part of it. I believe to help somebody else outside of yourself would also be in the existence of your life. Part of it, your duty is to spread the word or to do something else that involves other people.
But it starts
know
with
who I am.
knowing thyself.
We would agree. I'm just saying that that's not the entire meaning. It leaves out the part where once you know yourself, you have to enlighten others, save souls, or whatever the purpose is.
Would you be a product of your ancestors?
Don't know what that means, Rocky, and I would love, and I'm willing to indulge your respond to your shit. Please respond to my shit in the future like we're about to respond to your shit the 89th time, even though you don't listen to us. What was your question? I did not. What was the question?
Do you think you are a part of your ancestors?
I do, yes. I do.
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So to know yourself, you need to know who your ancestors are.
And we only have 4 grandmothers. So no matter who you are on this tiny little speck floating around in the middle of nowhere, each and every one of us has got 1 of 4 grandmothers. There are no more.
You got
bollocks. What a load of bollocks.
Well, all I just
ancestral mitochondrial Eve, ancestral grandmothers.
You say we're spinning around in space.
Rocky, I'm gonna
No,
ask you
I
a
didn't
question.
say. I said we're a tiny speck of dust in space.
A dust in space.
Rocky, can I ask you a question based on what you're asking them and everybody in general? If people did think they were floating around on a giant pepperoni pizza, what difference would that make?
It would mean a low IQ.
It would, but I'm saying, like, he seems to think that if you don't know you're not on a ball, which I think we are, but if even if we weren't,
You don't believe in God.
it doesn't
means
radically,
God doesn't
it
exist.
doesn't radically change who I am.
I'm just saying that the
It
map.
means God doesn't exist in his head.
The map to the north is there's a map, and if you have the right map, you could know where the north.
I guarantee, Rocky, you are not about to address her question
right
at
straight to
all.
the center of the earth.
I think
The
it's
center
rude
of
at
the
this
earth.
point, Rocky.
You know where the
just
center of
to
the earth
lecture
is.
us like we're
Well,
children and
you
not
black
actually
boys
engage
don't
in
go
the
up to the
conversation.
center
Hey,
of the
Rocky,
earth.
What you say?
Rocky, wait.
Say it
Rocky,
again, Trick.
we're not
Can we
doing
not
that.
fucking, I'll tell you what, right? Fucking
No.
calm the fuck down.
Be respectful, Rocky.
Motherfucker question you and you got to go there.
Let him
I'll tell
finish
you
what
what.
he was saying to me, but yeah,
Right.
no calling people
Can't we
out.
all just tell a
racially or any of that
fucking
crap.
joke?
Now, go ahead, Rocky, with what you're saying about the earth,
prick.
though.
For fuck's sake, stop going so fucking deep down fucking rabbit holes that are.
Yeah,
I
Rocky,
love
the
you,
point was,
rabbit
do I
hole.
fundamentally change as a person?
Swiss.
Do I
I'm
become
Swiss, North
do I become
Italian,
a-
Swiss, North Italian, and my ancestors came over here in the 1600s, and I have ancestors going back to the 1400s from Switzerland and northern Italy.
Some of mine are from
These are my
Switzerland, too, but-
ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah, I want you to ask the question again.
does me knowing what I'm sitting on, like this chair, if I thought it was an elephant, would that make me a fundamentally different human being than I and all my life experiences and who I am as a person would all? This is why the people that treat the earth
Well,
thing
there's
the
secret
same way.
maps.
Listen, okay, that's fine, Rocky.
We
But
have
you need
secret
to.
maps.
I'll let you speak after I finish. Listen. Christians, Muslims, Jews, flat earthers, and globe earthers all are fighting like gangbangers over this stuff.
Yep.
There's not, yeah, you're very disrespectful. I'm willing to listen to you, even though you seem a little bit inebriated, Rocky, but whatever. Anyway, let me finish. So the globe earth, flat earth war that you want to have, how does that help you teach people about God? Do you think you seem very Christ-like when you're getting all, you don't know who you are because you don't know what you're on? Do you see what that looks like to people? It's not very, you're not just spreading information and here's my facts and I want you to know this stuff. It's like really nasty. It's got a nasty tude, you know what I mean? What say you to that with your little silly signs? Please share. Your mic's open now.
I come in peace.
Okay.
This means I love you.
It's not going to address anything you said.
I've had about enough of dealing with Rocky. But Rocky, you're welcome to speak if you have something to say.
All roads lead to all roads lead to the King of the North, who is Jesus. Jesus is the King of the North. And I have secret information on how to get there.
Awesome.
Just repeating yourself at this point, right?
Rocky, fucking
doesn't work on a globe.
Don't fucking go there. Don't come back.
Okay.
For fuck's sake.
Yes.
We can vogue all night, but it won't really mean anything, Rocky.
Yeah.
Honestly, for at least 2,000 years now, there have been people searching for Jesus. And if they knew about your secret map, they would have found your island and they would all be living with Jesus right now.
It'd be a video about it. It's 2026.
I don't know. Some of them Christian fundamentalists aren't good with technology. Maybe they didn't make a video.
Right? There'd be some influencer. Hey guys, this is Moses and Adam. I made it. I told you guys. Look at what Adam's wearing. Back then, it was popular to wear sandals with the high heels. There's some influencer would have had that shit all on YouTube right now.
We know what Adam was wearing. He was naked.
Yeah,
he was completely naked.
Yes, yes.
and apparently he didn't have a belly button because he wasn't. He wasn't.
I got a question for the panel. I want you guys to listen. If Jesus came back now, what would he look like and how would he be received?
Well, he wouldn't have a fucking beard and a bald head.
I didn't ask what he wouldn't look like. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but at this point, I feel like all my questions been getting ignored so fucking much.
Do you know in California, those people that take massive amounts of fentanyl and look like they've been frozen in time, falling out? That's probably what Jesus would look like.
And how will he be received? As an addict, a homeless person, nobody want to talk to him?
He would be perceived exactly the same way as one of those fentanyl addicts, falling over slowly.
Right.
Are we, Joe? Go ahead this way.
Jesus will not be mocked.
Wait a minute. Rocky, Disobey is going to go first because we don't hear him very much. Disobey, what were you going to say?
What was that? Sorry.
What would he look like? How would he be perceived?
What?
Jesus.
What would Jesus look like? And how would people perceive him?
He'd probably be covered in tattoos.
Okay.
Probably a bit of piercing. He'd probably be transgender. Joe matters, please. He would probably be driving a fucking Tesla.
Damn.
And telling you that there's a secret island with a black rock just above the Northwest Passage.
Okay, I'll answer and then I'll give Rocky the floor.
Good.
So, I mean,
And
Joe, are you basing this on historical Jesus or on?
I was more interested in seeing what you would or you guys would base it on. That's why leadership vague like that. That interests me.
Sure. Well, I mean, if I'm basing it on a combo of the past and the present, I would say he'd be a Jew. He'd be a revolutionary Jew who didn't identify as a Zionist, and he would be probably not treated too terribly well by the powers that be. I don't
A
think
lot
he'd
like
be.
the old guy.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be tattooed. I mean, if he was really operating like a Torah observant Jew, he wouldn't be tattooed, and he wouldn't be,
Right.
But I do think that he would be, humble and a man of
Right.
the people. But he would probably be very studious or scholarly or whatever,
Yeah.
and would be received as a useless nerd hippie.
It's a great answer, man. I wish. Go
Joe,
ahead.
what
Let
do
me
you
add to
think?
hers right quick. Let me
Come
add to
on,
hers.
Joe,
And then
what do
we'll
you
do
think?
you, Rocky.
I wish that he is all these things that you're talking about, and he comes from another land, because that would make, and he comes to the U.S. That would make us hate him even more. But go ahead, somebody.
Right,
Rocky, I
Rocky,
think.
sure. He'd be the Greta
Joe,
Thunberg, only like a non-white version. Absolutely, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
Okay, Rocky, your turn.
Jesus is King of the North.
Oh, you're a
And
jerk.
see, here's my finger. It's the cross, which represents the center of the earth. He was a Nazarene, and
I
so
finally agree with something. Jesus was a Nazarene. Well done.
the Nazarenes were Native American, possible. Oh, no. They were left behind. But America was where the 10 tribes fled to during the
Oh,
diaspora.
that's
And then,
debunkable. That's
and then you
America
got
was
the,
where everybody fled to. All of the tribes of the
yeah,
world fled to
anyway,
America.
history is a lie told by the
So is the
winner.
alternative, told by British Israelism, which was a
Yeah.
psyop.
I believe the Bible, and I try to understand what it's saying. I have the filling of the Holy Spirit, and
And I want to give my
therefore it
answer to the
is.
And
Jesus
something
question
else,
too.
methinks. But
You could
I
read the
smoke a little
Bible. You
weed.
could
I
read the
smoke a little
Bible from
weed.
back to front every single day, every single version. You could read all of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You could read the Ethiopian
back at you,
Bible.
Rocky.
You could.
The lost books of the Bible, the banned book.
I got all those Bibles.
I've
So
read most of the
yeah,
city
I've
said too.
read most of those Bibles. So
The
that's
Dead
not
Sea
what I was saying.
Scrolls, all that.
Yeah, and Satan knows the Bible probably better than anybody else. So just
Satan
quoting
and
this.
Lucifer aren't the same entity. If you actually believe these silly things exist, Satan and Lucifer are not the same
Oh,
creature.
well,
Hold on, before
Satan.
we go too far, I'd like to give
Satan.
my answer
Okay,
to
I
the
could give you
question that
that.
was on the table before
Okay,
Rocky just totally takes us elsewhere.
before
Okay.
Lucifer fell like lightning. Originally, he was called Lucifer, the light bearer, but then he fell, and that's his name changed to Satan, the deceiver.
No,
So
it
they're the
didn't.
same.
That's biblically inaccurate, Rocky. We could go over that sometime. But let's let Joe talk.
Yeah.
What would Lucifer look like? You know, the morning star. You asked the question what Jesus would look like. What would Lucifer look like now in
All right, let me get a
2026?
Jesus one first. I asked the question, and in the form of him coming back as a human, what would he look like? I put all of that in there. So I answered, what would he look like? He would be a poor guy, wore the same fucking clothes every day as Cat. He'd be uh, spurned and all of that shit. As far as the part I asked, how would he be accepted? Only very few would accept him. Most people would be like, get a job, type of shit. Uh, and that, but that's in a manly. The way he would come back, and he does, and has been coming back, would be he would recruit us, and he would come back in us. That's the way he'd come back. He'd come back in those moments when we're doing the good things, being a good person and spreading a good message. That would be him making his return. That's
Well, Jesus, when he comes back, everything will change, and he'll be more like a light, and we'll be like him. We don't know what we will be like, but he will have signs of his piercing, I believe, and he probably will be brown skinned. Not, he was a Nazarene, lived in the desert, kind of like they were almost considered like, you're from
Black folk.
Nazarene. Yeah, I think in the movie The Chosen, that whatever they call that movie about Jesus.
The Chosen, the series.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it
Let's talk
shows.
Is it
about
not?
It
Is
Satan.
it
shows
not
his
evident that Jesus
Mary's.
Christ was
It
a rich
shows
boy?
Mary's father as being a black dude in the movie. So
Jesus is was from the line of King Solomon. King Solomon, he's the one who talked about I'm black, but I'm
And
pretty. I am
David.
so black, but people make fun of me. This is Jesus' granddaddy, so we could assume and should assume that he was rather dark from wherever he was from.
What is that book, Disobey? What's that about?
It's
I disagree with that. I believe that Jesus was of Greek descent through the line of the Ptolemies. Personally, me.
That can actually be debunked. Andy did a lot on this, but even though you could be a Jew just by being a Torah observant member of the group, but there are other reasons to believe that Jesus wouldn't have been because of the region Greek. But yeah, Disobey. What book was that you were showing? Just want you to tell real quick.
it's about reality. About it starts off with the COVID and all that, like modern.
Jesus would have spoke Greek and Aramaic, right?
And I get to disobey.
Which
Hang on.
means he would have come from Syria, because the Syrians are the ones that speak Aramaic.
I'll
No,
tell
the
you
whole
later.
Not
world
necessarily,
spoke, the whole
man.
world spoke
Jesus
Greek
was in Galilee,
Very
which
good
was
book.
the hub of everything.
under
Jesus
the
would have been
Roman
exposed to
Empire.
every
All
belief,
the
every religion before him. Everything
But
would have been in Galilee at that time.
his brother James
everything
debated
under
with
Rome,
Saint Paul
they spoke Greek.
in Damascus, which is also in Syria.
Just because you spoke Greek
Just
doesn't mean you're a
yield, yeah.
Greek.
You should
Dumb
just
shit.
yield, Rocky. Yield sometime, right?
Yeah.
Just because Greek don't mean you're Greek. All of Rome spoke Greek. It was
And
the
I'm
common
sorry, I got
language
No,
of
there were
everything under
Mediterraneans in the
Rome.
region, but Jesus wore the fringe garment and he hung out in temples. He was probably a Galilean Jew. They're doing a historicity project right now to see if he was maybe actually a Pharisee Jew at odds with the other Pharisees. So there's lots of other reasons to believe these things, but let's talk about Lucifer and Satan, Rocky. I mean, I know you just want to hear yourself, but you need to realize, like you just said, you're interested in what the Bible says. Well, the original Hebrew have Satan and Lucifer not being the same entity. They weren't merged until the 4th and 5th centuries, when the Latin theologians reinterpreted Isaiah allegorically.
Wow.
I
You're
don't
very
know.
arrogant. You don't know.
Lucifer
I know you
fell
don't
like
know.
lightning. Lucifer fell
He's
like lightning.
He's gonna
Just
ignore
said the
whatever
same
you
stuff.
said. He's gonna ignore what
Do
you
you
said.
speak Hebrew,
trying
Rocky? Have you read the real manuscripts?
Oh
Ha,
my
Satan,
goodness.
the accuser, the adversary, that's Satan. Oh my goodness. Do you want to know some Bible? This is Bible school.
The serpent, it's the same serpent from the beginning.
No, it's not.
The
The serpent was allegorical
the
for a
serpent.
deceiver. We can get real Bible-y up in here. You want to
Go
get
ahead.
Bible-y?
I
Let's
don't
get
want to hear it.
Bible-y. Lucifer is mentioned in Isaiah 14:12. Hillel ben Shachar, shining one, son of dawn. Here's some of the research here, that I do, that I know a little something about, and did a lot of it for many, many years. So yeah, Lucifer
Did he
is
have
a
a
Latin
coat
translation meaning morning star.
of many
What?
colors?
Emily, can you
Did
What's
he have
that
a
mean?
coat of many colors?
Emily,
Like Dolly
can
Parton,
you
your
speak
idol?
Latin?
I don't.
Can you speak Latin?
No.
Well, there's your answer.
No? The answer to what?
I studied
don't
under
know.
the Septuagint from the Greek.
No, these are later Latin
Do you
translations.
know-
Do you speak ancient Hebrew,
Do
Disobey?
you know ancient Hebrew?
I'm learning it.
Yeah, well, that's going to be
You
hard
don't speak Latin.
because I
Well,
know
why
that
do it if
the
it's hard? Why do
Bible
we
was
want to know what
written
it
in
really
Greek.
said?
Every
The New
doctor
Testament
No.
was written in Greek.
Yeah, and Lou Babos, do you know what that
Latin.
means? That has
Latin.
to do with
Greek.
no.
I think there
we
was
talked about this
even
the
some
other day.
some of the dead scrolls were even written in Greek, but they were also written in Hebrew and
Here it is.
Aramaic.
Lou Deo.
Hebrew.
It was a real
Latin.
Which one
collection
came
of.
first? I know it
So
wasn't Greek. Which one was first? Aramaic, Hebrew. What was Aramaic? Well, I don't know what the
Well, some of
Ancient
these
original.
scripts came
Hebrew
many years
was the
later, you
original
realize.
language in the garden.
You realize Luke was a forgery.
Ancient.
and so is the book of
I'm
Acts.
gonna get up early tomorrow morning.
So you're getting way later dates of stuff. And
Well,
somebody
I
mentioned
happen
watching
to
the
think
Hebrew
that Joseph Flavius was the guy that gathered all of the books of the Bible together, and I believe that he lived in the same time period as Jesus Christ, and he even mentions him in his work in Galilee, and he calls him Jesus of Gamala.
Are you talking about Josephus, or did you say something else?
Yeah, Josephus, yeah, the famous Jewish historian.
Yeah,
How
there's a
is it?
couple of mentions of him, but mostly these things were added on later, even in that.
How does it get past the Council of Nicaea? Because they would have picked the same books. I shouldn't say picked, but they would have focused on the same books and proposed the same books. And later, the same books that they proposed were picked and put in the Bible. So Josephus would have just had to have knowledge of, been part of. How did he pick the same books they did at the Council of Nicaea?
All the books had
That's
the Apocrypha. The books originally had the Apocrypha. They were in the
That has
books,
nothing to do with what we're talking
but
about.
they had
I'm
the
not
You
being
could have.
funny. I'm not being funny. I'm not trying to be rude. But talking about the Bible and the Quran, is it the Quran, the one the
Yeah,
Muslims?
Quran's great. I've been reading it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Let's talk about the Quran. Let's talk about the Bible. Does that really change anything in your lives?
Yeah, the Bible, the
No,
Quran,
no, no, no.
anything. Maybe I didn't hear the question,
No.
but yes, I found
Listen,
many.
listen to the question first, Joe. I didn't mean in
Okay,
a bad
very
way.
good. Okay,
I mean no bad, Joe.
I'll ask again. I'll
Yeah.
listen again. You ask.
Yeah. What does the Bible change in your life? What rabbit hole?
Right,
Or what about the people who don't believe in the
right.
Bible? Or it's just a book. But
And
what
that's
does
what
the
DNW,
Bible? What does the Bible do for you, Joe?
Everything. I thought that's what you asked.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Everything. Everything.
that's what
I wouldn't.
DNW talks about a lot. He'll
I
always
wouldn't.
ask that.
I wouldn't be a piece of the man that I am without it. Praise God, or whatever entity is out there. It is such a good book with so many positive things and lessons that I know
Yeah.
attune with nature. They're all packed in there. And the Bible is a great source. I'll tell you, there are others. The Quran reads just like the Bible. It's a great.
it really doesn't. The Quran, I mean, the Bible is a really badly written book.
No,
If
hang
you
on.
if
Let Joe answer,
you've
please.
ever read the stories of Gilgamesh,
Right.
it
You
reads
understand? I
just as
wasn't talking
badly.
about
No,
whether
but
it's
let
written
Joe answer.
badly, right? I
And the
wasn't talking about
Quran
that. He was
and the
asking what it
Quran is
does for me.
worse.
I'm
You
And
not
know,
talking about that. Wasn't what I said. I didn't say nothing whether it's written badly. He's asking what books do it for me. What has it done for me? And I'm saying I
yes.
get all these little spiritual out of books like that and others. I mean, most books are written badly, in my opinion.
yeah,
Yeah,
but in contrast, the Bhagavad
Because
Gita is written much better,
I
well,
way
Joe,
more
because
engaging. The
I read
stories are
that and
way
listen
more
to it.
exciting.
I used to listen to it at work. That's another place where I draw a lot from. Yeah.
yeah, but Joe, you see, after that, I said a book, and this person fucking jumped on me. He says, "It's not a book; it's a script." Is it a script or a book
It's
to
a
you, Joe?
script.
Rocky,
A double question there.
I'll
Sorry.
I
let you
think
tell who
it's
wrote that in a second. I want to tell you guys something.
I think
So,
it's both. Go
okay,
ahead.
well, back there, I brought up that word. I was saying it wrong. So it looks like Ludeos, but it's pronounced Eudios, but that's the word used throughout the New Testament and in Josephus and other Greek writings of that period to refer to someone as Jewish. So, and it's used for Jesus. It means a person from Judea geographically, a member of the Judean people ethnically, which means Jesus isn't Greek, and a practitioner of the Judean religion. Now, there were people, becoming part of the Jewish people back
Right.
then by practicing Torah, and they would accept them. It was a multiracial, actually, group at that time. It wasn't until way later that you had your break off racist type of Judaism where you had to be a biologically, ethnically Jewish person with your mother being a Jew to be a Jew. That wasn't a thing back then. But
Right.
in antiquity, these people were not sharp. They were not sharply separated.
Yeah.
So it's basically a Judean.
Why does Josephus keep talking about the Jews beyond the Euphrates then?
Why
Why?
does
I don't know
Josephus
what
talk about Jews
reference.
beyond the Euphrates? I don't know.
Too much going on at the moment. I'd love to have a conversation one to one, but it doesn't matter. This wanted to,
Yeah. Josephus
you know,
writes about the Jews from beyond the Euphrates that were living in a place called Antioch or something like this.
Oh yeah.
So
What
so that
about what was?
and even by Bible times, he's only 40 years after
Oh, you're
the.
talking about Iraq and Iran. I just looked it up. So Mesopotamia would be where they were, and they were
you
So
older,
know,
larger Jewish populations. You're right.
I
so
think you know,
basically, Jesus could have still been a Jew and come from a really big geographical area.
But he would be ethnically Judean according to that word.
He couldn't have come from that
Makes him a
fucking
Jew.
far.
You have to accept. We just have to accept that he's a Jew, which Rocky can't do. But Rocky, what's your book?
Yeah, but was he a Levantine Jew from the Levant?
Well,
I don't know.
He
that's
was
the whole thing.
married. He was from the tribe of David because Mary was from the tribe of David.
Rocky, I
His,
kind of know you believe David was white and all these people were white, and that can be debunked. But I'll let you share your book in a sec. But I
does
just want to
it,
finish
Oh,
answering
is
the
that
question.
where he was going? Okay.
Mhm. But no, the Judeans were the tribe of Judah would be the Jews. So that
the
would be
New
your ethnic
Testament.
Jews.
The New Testament brings in the church, which means there's no more Jew or Gentile to be a member of the church. We're
That would be
all
true.
considered Israelites. We're all under. But if you reject the Messiah, there's no way you can be the Chosenites. So these fake Jews who think they're the Chosenites, who rejected their Messiah,
I'll be
they're not
debunking
the
that on
Chosenites.
OE very soon. But
Yeah, I wonder if
Rocky,
you're
what's
right
your book?
about that.
Rocky,
Ha-
what is
ha-
your book? Who wrote your book?
This
Wonder if
book
you're right
is
about your interpretation of that.
$5 on Amazon. It's
Who's
called.
the author?
The author is Jesus Kept His Word. It's anonymous.
Oh, no,
It's
oh
by-
wow, okay. Great source. Yeah. That's one of those, this is
No,
Christian
it's just-
identity.
Can't
guys.
look him
Okay,
up. Can't
okay.
look into him,
All
right?
it does, only thing it does is it shows you scriptures, and it shows you that Jesus said he was coming back within that generation.
Yeah,
And he said,
I read that.
in
Emily,
Revelation,
This
are you
generation
aware
will
of
not
this?
pass.
Emily,
Yeah,
are you
this
aware of
generation
this
should
new
not.
thing that they're saying that in the time when they're saying that the great Exodus was that where the Canaanites came from, Canaan, that was actually being occupied by the Egyptians at the time. Have you heard anything about this?
I am aware of that, yes.
That was new to me.
Yep.
I
me too.
did not know that. So basically, for the Jews to go to the Holy Land, all they had to do was say, "I'm no longer part of Egypt," and they were at home instantly. I like that. That's so cool.
Unbelievable.
It gives. Do you know what? It gives me hope for my own project, Spec. You
So
know.
let me tell you, this is how you look up things. So I looked up his author, and this is who the guy is. Jesus Keeps His Word is something from a 20th century extremist ideology that teaches that white Europeans are the true Israelites, Jews are imposters, non-whites are non-Adamic, and Jesus was not Jewish. And I'm going to talk about the meaning of those words about Adam
That's
and
not
David.
completely correct. That's not completely correct.
Well, if it's
it-
close, I'm interested if it fucking 2 out of 3 are right. It's
Mhm.
interesting to me.
And his name is, the devotional author's name is F.W. Krummacher, and he's a Reformed German. So I know where all this comes from. I know all about Edenics, the wordplay that y'all get all wrong. It's pseudo-linguistics. But we'll be
Well,
talking about that.
this is connected to the Dark Ages, where we're told that during the Dark Ages they built all these great cathedrals glorifying Jesus, and they had free energy and all this, and they call it the Dark Ages, but it's the age when they built beautiful cathedrals. Some people call it Tartaria, but it's not. It's the age when Jesus reigned for 1,000 years.
By Russians who wanted to be German.
He reigned for 1,000 years, and we're in Satan's little season at the present.
Rocky, I think we should do a show about Tartaria too. That would be interesting.
Germany. Why do you talk
it's the North.
It needs it to be German so white people can be that
Tartaria was like.
The Tartarian thing was come up with by Russians who wished they were German. They were trying to be better than German, so we invented everything, and everything's been. And there's a mud flood, and then all the windows you see that are actually.
I don't believe in Tartaria. That's a distraction.
You just said Tartaria.
I'm just saying that some people think that the age of Christ, 1,000-year reign, they call it Tartaria, but I don't think that's what it is. It's just Tartaria was just another place. Tartaria does mean like Tartarus. It does have the same root word, so it could be
Well,
somewhere
they take it backstage
where
or I'm leaving.
Tartarus could be Tartarus, could be somewhere where there's Tartarus is like where you go to the underworld.
In
to wait
historical
out.
geography, Tartary, it was a huge region covering Russia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and Siberia. That's
Yeah.
what it actually was.
Yeah.
And yeah,
So
you
that's a
can't just
part of
you
it.
can't just go
That's
kidnapping
all of it.
people. What if I all of a sudden
They
said
have also
that
old maps that show America with the word Tartaria on it too.
Yeah, I know they claim that.
yeah, what if all of a sudden I said that
Maps.
Alfred the Great was really Russian or you know, it's not fair. You can't just go kidnapping people. Eh? Let Jesus remain Jewish because otherwise it
Why
just
is
messes up
everybody
the
here
whole
taking
story.
on something?
You because he
Jesus was Jewish, but through
George
Christ
Washington was a
we
black
can
man.
all become the tribe of Israel. Through Christ we're no longer Jew or Gentile. We're all
Then why worry
under
about making Jews
Jesus.
white? Why worry about
I'm
making
not.
Jews
You're the
white?
ones who bring it all up.
Why
That's
is
your
all
book.
sticking on
Your
to
book
fucking
brought
I
it
didn't
up.
bring it up.
And you do
I
it
never
all the
brought
time
it
in the
up.
chat. I know what you do.
No, I'm just talking
Oh,
about
yes.
the eschatology. I'm not talking about
It's
character
pseudo-linguistics.
shit.
It's
I'm
pseudo-linguistics
talking about
because their
eschatology,
Edenics has been thoroughly debunked. And do you know it was
linguistics,
started by a Jew?
etymology,
The
the
Jews
beginning
who
of
wanted to
words.
the Jews who wanted to ingratiate themselves to England with British Israelism. The whole thing you're believing in was started by actual Jews, and then it became the Klan in America.
The Jews, the Jews, the Jews.
Oh wait
No,
a
I
second.
don't
Did you
know. Look, there's
know?
two
Wait,
tribes.
chat panel
Okay,
wait.
there were 10 tribes that fled, and nobody knew where they went. I'm saying that the 10 tribes went all around the world, and they were like Phoenicians. They joined the Phoenicians and joined the Greeks, and they were like, and nobody knew where they went. But I'm thinking some of them went north, but Christ says
They
there's
could have gone
no
anywhere.
that you're not saved by your heritage. It says, why
I
do
know
you
what you're
even
saying.
talk about heritage? Heritage
But
don't
you
mean
do.
nothing no more.
You just said it meant everything in the beginning of the show.
you
Remember
know
our
what?
ancestors?
Anybody
Remember
can
that?
be saved.
Hey,
Anybody can be saved. And there's no chosen people no more.
I gotta
So
argue
those,
that with black folk all the time who believe that black folk are the chosen people and you
Hebrew
cannot be.
Israelites. This is the white version of Hebrew Israelites. It's what it is.
But
And that's
the
what our show is really
the
about.
Bible very clearly states that it all began with Adam and Eve, right? So if it all began with Adam and Eve, then we're all related to Adam and Eve because we don't have a choice but to
I'm
be
fine
related to
with that.
Adam
I
and Eve
get tired of motherfuckers spewing
because there
nonsense.
was
I'm okay with we're all related.
we are all related. We've proven it by science now. You know, by science.
what about the fallen angels that had relationships with women? You believe in those people?
Yes.
One, I don't even know what that means. First
Yes,
of
but
all, I
I
doubt
don't
that
believe
there
that
was
that's got
some
anything to do with
winged
the Bible.
20-foot angel actually knocking off a woman. I would assume that it has a different meaning.
They say they can appear as like light, like men. I don't know how it works. Don't ask me. I'm just saying that the fallen angels like Zeus, Saturn, these were
Why
worshipped
this
by
matters?
Greek.
Why this matters is that the tribes that you were mentioning that were lost, the idea was that they were going to go tell people that, hey, you're one of our lost tribe, you're our brethren, you know, let's have camaraderie. And so that's how it started, British Israelism. But when it came to America, it turned into, we are really the Jews. And I've seen a lot of you do that in these chats. You are Christian identitarians.
What
and
the fuck's a Jew?
Christian
Real
identity.
Jews,
There
Hebrew,
are no Jews.
When you do that, but
Hebrew
The whole
I've seen
point
you do
is
both
there
things.
are no such thing as Jews or Gentiles. There's no such thing anymore.
Then why do you read those books and bring it up all the time
endlessly.
about fake Jews?
You're the one who's saying
What
that
the
people believe
fuck's a
that.
I'm
Jew?
talking about it because you are.
You're
Why are
saying
you
I'm
saying
some
What
kind of
the
white
fuck's a
supremacist or something.
Jew?
She's saying the shit that's coming out of your mouth is
Rocky,
every
you believe
talking
in
point for it.
fake Jews. So why do you say things about fake Jews if it doesn't matter if somebody's a Jew or not?
Right? That's perfect.
Okay, bye, Rocky.
He cut out.
And he muted himself. I can't even unmute him. So they're
Uh,
cowards. So
Well,
anyway,
I'm
you
not a
were the
whatever.
coward. I'm
you
not a
the perfect.
coward.
Well, you didn't answer the
I just
question.
believe what the Bible says, that there's no longer Greeks nor Jews
You don't
nor
believe that because you
Gentiles.
always bring up fake Jews. Why do you care?
And fake Jews.
I believe that
There
we're
are
all
no
Wait,
chosen
children of
Rocky,
people.
Rocky.
Enki.
Where does the Bible say that? Because I can use this to argue with
And
motherfuckers.
Rocky said
Hey,
fake
hey,
Jews at the beginning
Joe.
of the show.
Hold
Joe,
on, let
can
me
I
get this answer from
confuse
Rocky.
There
you?
are no
Rocky would say no are
Chosenites.
more Jews
Joe,
anymore. Hold
There are
on,
no
please,
chosen.
because I want this scripture. I need one for this argument. You say the Bible says that there are no Jews or something. Is there a scripture you could point to, Rocky? I forgot
Well,
one where it said,
the
yeah, go ahead.
tribulation is over.
can't even ask
The
it.
Jews
You're
were
not going to
destroyed
point to a scripture.
No,
Okay.
it's rambling.
in 70
Well,
AD. The
I
Jews
think
were
we've rambled
destroyed.
enough for one night, and it is getting close to
All
10,
right.
so
See you
we're
later.
This
going to
was
wrap it up. This
This
was
was
fun, though.
perfect. I
It was
needed
good.
somewhere to smoke because I had just ate and was taking a break. I love these conversations.
I'm glad you came
I,
up for the
I'm
ending.
glad you indulged that nonsense. And in the end, you were the right person at the right time. You know, I feel like my night went perfect so far. So
I'm glad.
thank you. All
Thank
right.
you. Is that your closing statement, Joe?
I've
That's my
enjoyed
closing statement. You cats be easy.
Take
I've
care.
enjoyed everybody's time here. I think Rocky made it fun, and he proved that free speech has value.
It does.
Yeah, I love you guys. This is the place. If we can fix the world, this is the place that we're gonna do it.
Well, there's something
Love
to do
you
on.
all.
You
Good
too.
night.
Had a good time talking to you. Good night. Disobey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, Emily. Yeah,
My pleasure.
brilliant. Totally enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
I'm very glad. Come up again sometime. Have a good one. And thanks to everybody who joined. And Rocky, we love you. I just, don't agree with you, and I would love to talk to you about it more sometime. And to everybody with all of your divergent range of opinions, thank you for joining in. And until next time, keep on seeking knowledge. Bye-bye.